Sometimes the monster doesn't chase you. Sometimes you climb in willingly. Death wore a taxi driver's smile and asked, "Need a lift?" He didn't hunt in darkness. He hunted in broad daylight, and you thanked him for it. Trust killed more women than the Strangler ever could. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story is darker than the last, and the truth is often more chilling than fiction. I can't thank you enough for tuning in. Your time is incredibly valuable, and I truly appreciate you being here. But here's the deal. I've noticed that not everyone is subscribing, liking, or commenting. And while I love that you're watching, these stories deserve more than just silent views. They deserve a community of people who are actively engaging with them. Whether you're watching from the neon lights of New York, the sunshine of Los Angeles, the streets of Chicago, the energy of Miami, vibrant South Africa, diverse Canada, lively Philippines, historic United Kingdom, or anywhere else, take a moment to hit subscribe, like, and drop a comment with your city and the time. And also please share your thoughts in the comments. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Every click, like, and comment makes a difference. We can build a community where these stories get the attention they deserve. Thank you for being part of this journey. Together, we'll keep growing, sharing, and uncovering the truth. The year was 2002. Zimbabwe's capital city pulsed with ordinary life. Commuters rushing home, vendors closing their stalls, children playing their final games before sunset. But something unnatural had begun to stir along Harare's dusty roads. Women were vanishing, not dramatically, not with witnesses or screams that shattered the evening air. They simply disappeared. One moment walking along familiar paths, the next erased from existence. Their bodies would surface later, broken and discarded in an abandoned quarry on the city's outskirts, a place where the earth itself seemed to swallow secrets. The killer moved like smoke through crowds, selecting his victims with predatory precision, always one step ahead of investigators who couldn't piece together how a man could hunt so openly yet remain invisible. This isn't a ghost story, though the terror it inspired was supernatural in its grip on an entire nation. This is the account of Richard Nyaza, the quarry killer, a monster who weaponized trust itself, turning the simple act of accepting help into a death sentence. Tonight, we descend into the darkness of a murderer who understood that the easiest prey is the one who believes you're their salvation. Welcome to the nightmare that paralyzed Zimbabwe. Keep your lights on. You'll want them. I know many of you come here to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for 4 chilling true crime stories, each darker than the last. So, get cozy, let go of your day, and before you start to daze off, please take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. Now let feast. Harare in the early 2000s carried the weight of economic collapse on its shoulders. Inflation had transformed currency into worthless paper. Fuel shortages meant public transportation arrived sporadically, if at all, and the infrastructure that once connected the city's sprawling townships to the center had deteriorated into unreliable arteries. For women working in the city center who lived in outlying areas like Mbeere, Highfield, and Chitungwiza, getting home after dark had become a gamble with fate. The city's twilight hours belonged to those desperate enough to navigate them. Street vendors packed their wares as shadows lengthened. Workers lined up at bus stops that might service them, might not. And along these routes, someone watched. Someone waited. Someone had discovered that chaos creates opportunity, and desperation makes people vulnerable in ways they'd never be during stable times. Martha Chikwanha was 27 years old when she became the first confirmed victim, though investigators would later suspect she wasn't truly the first, merely the first they found. She worked as a seamstress in the industrial area, her fingers perpetually marked with needle pricks, her eyes strained from squinting at fabric in poor lighting. On March 12, 2002, she finished her shift at 6:30 in the evening, said goodbye to her co-workers, and began the journey toward the bus terminus that would take her back to Chitungwiza, where her mother waited with dinner and her daughter waited with homework questions. She never arrived. Her mother, Grace, didn't panic immediately. Buses ran late. Sometimes they didn't run at all, forcing commuters to find alternative transportation or walk impossible distances. Grace fed her granddaughter, helped with arithmetic problems, and told herself Martha would walk through the door any moment with an explanation and an exhausted smile. By midnight, Grace knew. Mothers always know. The police report filed the next morning carried the bureaucratic disinterest of a system overwhelmed by missing persons in a country falling apart. Young woman, last seen at bus stop, probably ran off with a boyfriend or got caught up in the chaos of Harare's nightlife. They took Grace's statement, wrote down the details, and filed the papers in a cabinet already bursting with similar cases. 3 weeks later, a group of children playing near the old quarry in Hatcliffe, an area on Harare's northern outskirts, discovered something that ended their childhood innocence forever. The quarry had been abandoned years earlier, left to fill with rainwater, and become a dumping ground for everything the city wanted to forget. The children had been throwing rocks into the murky water, competing to make the biggest splash, when one of them noticed something pale floating near the embankment. It was a hand, bloated and discolored, fingers curled as if still grasping for rescue. The police who responded to the call found Martha Chiquanha's body wedged between rocks in shallow water. She'd been strangled. Her body bore signs of sexual assault. And most disturbing to the investigators who processed the scene, she'd been positioned deliberately, almost carefully, as if the killer had taken time to arrange her before departing. This wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was calculated, methodical, the work of someone who'd done this before or planned to do it again. They were right on both counts. 3 months passed. Harare's residents absorbed the murder the way a city absorbs all tragedies, with momentary horror that fades into the background static of daily survival. Grace mourned her daughter while raising her granddaughter, carrying rage and grief in equal measure. The police investigation stalled, hampered by lack of resources and the overwhelming caseload that came with a country in crisis. Then another woman disappeared. Tendai Moyo, 31, worked as a clerk in a downtown office building. She was known for her meticulous nature, her punctuality, her sensible approach to life. On June 18, 2002, she left work at her usual time, walked to her usual bus stop, and was never seen alive again. Her body appeared at the quarry 2 weeks later, discovered by a man illegally dumping construction waste. The similarities to Martha's case were impossible to ignore: strangulation, sexual assault, careful positioning of the body. The investigative team, now led by Detective Inspector Samuel Chigumba, recognized they were dealing with a serial predator. But recognizing a pattern and stopping it are entirely different challenges. The investigation faced immediate obstacles. The quarry was accessible by multiple routes, none monitored or controlled. The dump site offered no surveillance, no witnesses, no forensic evidence beyond the bodies themselves. The victims had last been seen at different locations across the city, snatched from different bus stops at different times. There was no obvious connection between them except their gender, their economic circumstances, and their final resting place. Chigumba understood what he was facing: a killer who understood Harare's geography of desperation. Someone who knew that women waiting for unpredictable public transportation were isolated despite being in public spaces. Someone who could offer assistance, perhaps even a ride, and transform a Good Samaritan gesture into a death trap. The police issued warnings through radio broadcasts and newspaper notices. Women were advised not to accept rides from strangers, to travel in groups when possible, to remain in well-lit areas. But practical advice means little when the alternative is walking 10 kilometers in darkness or spending money you don't have on scarce private taxis. August brought victim number 3. Ruton Cube, 23, was studying to be a nurse while working part-time at a pharmacy. She had dreams of opening a clinic in her rural hometown, bringing medical care to communities that had none. On August 29th, she finished an evening shift and stepped into the warm night air, joining the crowd at the bus terminus. Security footage from a nearby shop, grainy and poorly maintained, would later show Ruto standing at the roadside, then appearing to speak with someone in a vehicle. The image quality was too poor to identify the vehicle type or driver, but investigators could see her hesitate, then nod, then moved toward the passenger side. She'd accepted a ride. Her body was found at the quarry 5 days later, posed among the rocks like a discarded doll. The city's fear transformed from abstract concern to visceral terror. This wasn't random violence anymore. This was a calculated predator hunting women with impunity. Hardware stores sold out of personal alarms. Pepper spray became currency in informal markets. Women formed traveling groups, waiting for each other even when it meant hours of delay. But the quarry killer, as newspapers had begun calling him, didn't stop. If anything, the attention seemed to embolden him. Detective Chigumba assembled what little evidence existed. The victims were all women aged 20 to 35. All worked in the city center but lived in outlying areas. All disappeared during evening hours. All were strangled manually, suggesting significant physical strength. All were found at the same location, arranged with disturbing care. The killer was mobile. He had to be to transport bodies to the quarry. He was strong enough to overpower adult women. He was organized enough to select victims, attack them, and dispose of evidence without leaving useful forensic traces. And most concerning, he was familiar enough with Harare's rhythms to blend seamlessly into the urban landscape. Chigumba knew something else, something he shared only with his closest team members. This killer was accelerating. The time between murders was decreasing. 3 months between victims 1 and 2. 2 months between victims 2 and 3. The psychological pressure that typically builds in serial killers appeared to be intensifying, which meant the next victim was already in his sights. The city held its breath. Parents called their daughters obsessively. Husbands drove impossible distances to collect wives from work. Churches organized prayer vigils. Traditional healers offered protection charms. And through it all, the quarry killer continued his hunt, invisible among the thousands of vehicles navigating Harare's streets. October arrived with the promise of spring rains and the delivery of victim number 4. Chipo Mutasa, 29, had survived an abusive marriage and rebuilt her life through sheer determination. She worked 2 jobs, morning shifts at a bakery, evening shifts cleaning offices. She was saving money to move her children to a better school, to rent a better house, to finally claim the stability she'd fought so desperately to achieve. On October 15th, she finished her evening shift and called her mother to check on her children. The call lasted for minutes. She promised to be home soon. She never made another call. Her body was discovered at the quarry 3 days later, and this time the killer had left something new, a detail that would eventually crack the case wide open. Caught in Chipo's hair were fibers that forensic analysis would later identify as coming from commercial vehicle upholstery, specifically the type used in minibuses and commuter taxis. The quarry killer wasn't just offering rides to desperate women. He was operating a vehicle that women would naturally trust, a commuter taxi, the lifeblood of Harare's transportation system. He'd weaponized the one thing women depended on to survive the city's infrastructure collapse. Detective Chigumba finally had a lead. Now he needed to find the monster hiding in plain sight among thousands of identical vehicles, carrying passengers who never suspected that their driver might be measuring them for a grave. The hunt was about to get personal. Because the quarry killer had made his first mistake, he'd left evidence. And evidence, no matter how small, leaves a trail for determined investigators to follow. Richard Nyaza was 34 years old when he murdered Martha Chikwanha, but his descent into darkness had begun decades earlier, rooted in childhood trauma that festered into psychopathy. Understanding monsters requires examining their creation, not to excuse their actions but to recognize the warning signs that, when ignored, allow predators to evolve in plain sight. Born in 1968 in Chitungwiza, Richard grew up in a household marked by violence and neglect. His father, a heavy drinker, cycled between brutal discipline and complete absence. His mother, overwhelmed by poverty and her husband's abuse, withdrew emotionally, leaving Richard and his siblings to raise themselves in an environment where survival meant becoming invisible. Neighbors would later recall Richard as an unusually quiet child, watchful in ways that made adults uncomfortable. He didn't play with other children. He collected dead insects, arranging them in patterns on pieces of cardboard. He tortured small animals, a behavior clinically recognized as a precursor to violence against humans, starting with frogs and birds, graduating to cats and dogs as he entered adolescence. By his teenage years, Richard had learned to wear masks. At school, he presented as unremarkable, average grades, few friends, no disciplinary problems. Teachers described him as forgettable, the kind of student who exists in peripheral vision but never demands attention. But this invisibility was cultivated, a survival mechanism that would later become a hunting strategy. His first serious relationship ended when his girlfriend reported him to police for assault. Richard had strangled her during an argument, releasing her only when she lost consciousness. She declined to press charges, terrified of retaliation, but the incident established a pattern. Richard experienced arousal and release through controlling the breath of others, through holding life and death in his hands. He married in his late 20s, a quiet woman named Patience who worked as a domestic worker. The marriage was, by external appearances, ordinary. They had 2 children. Richard worked various jobs, security guard, delivery driver, eventually saving enough to purchase a commuter minibus and join Harare's informal public transportation network. Patience would later tell investigators that Richard was distant but not overtly abusive. He provided financially. He came home most nights. He never raised his voice or his fists to her. She described him as empty, a man who went through the motions of life without experiencing genuine emotion, as if he were acting a role in a play he found tedious. What Patience didn't know, what nobody knew, was that Richard had begun to hunt. The minibus gave him access. Every day, dozens of women climbed into his vehicle, trusting him implicitly because the commuter taxi system functioned on collective trust. Women shared routes with Richard, joked with him, fell asleep in his back seats, completely unaware that the man driving them home spent his spare time fantasizing about their deaths. He started with surveillance. Richard identified women who traveled alone, who finished work at consistent times, who showed signs of financial struggle that might make them grateful for assistance. He learned their patterns, which bus stops they used, which routes they preferred, how long they typically waited. The psychology of his selection process reveals chilling calculation. Richard didn't choose victims randomly. He selected women who reminded him of his mother, women who carried visible exhaustion, who seemed worn down by life's demands. In some twisted psychological framework, he was both punishing his mother for her emotional abandonment and claiming the power she denied him during his helpless childhood. Martha Chiquanha had been waiting at a bus stop for 40 minutes when Richard approached in his minibus. The vehicle was empty. He'd dropped off his last legitimate passengers and was supposedly heading home. He pulled alongside Martha and offered her a ride, explaining he was going in her direction anyway. Might as well help a fellow Zimbabwean during these difficult times. Martha hesitated. She'd heard the warnings everyone had heard. Don't accept rides from strangers. But Richard didn't look like a stranger. He looked like every other taxi driver in Harare. Tired, middle-aged, complaining about fuel prices and government policies. His minibus had the proper route markings. He spoke with the familiar cadence of Shona small talk. And she was exhausted. Her feet hurt. The next bus might not come for an hour. She climbed in. Richard drove normally for the first several minutes, chatting about the economy, about how difficult it was to make money these days, about how people needed to help each other survive. Martha relaxed incrementally, responding to his questions, grateful for the unexpected kindness. Then Richard diverted from the main road. When Martha questioned the turn, Richard explained there was a roadblock ahead, police checking for vehicle licenses, and he knew a shortcut. The lie was delivered with such casual confidence that Martha accepted it, even as the minibus moved into increasingly isolated areas. By the time she realized the danger, Richard had already activated the child locks on the doors. What happened next is reconstructed from forensic evidence and Richard's eventual confession. He drove to a secluded area near the quarry, stopped the vehicle, and attacked Martha from behind, wrapping his hands around her throat while she fought desperately against his superior strength. He strangled her slowly, watching her face, experiencing sexual arousal from her terror and her dying. After she was dead, he sexually assaulted her body, then drove closer to the quarry's edge and positioned her among the rocks with almost ceremonial care. This placement wasn't random, it was ritual. Richard was creating a gallery, a collection of his work, positioned where he could return and revisit his accomplishments. He drove home afterward, parked his minibus, washed himself, and slept beside his wife without apparent disturbance. The next morning, he woke early and returned to his taxi route, picking up passengers who had no idea they were riding in a vehicle that had transported a corpse hours earlier. This became his pattern: hunt, kill, dispose, return to normalcy. The psychological compartmentalization required to maintain this double life indicates severe antisocial personality disorder. Richard felt no guilt, no remorse, no empathy for his victims. They were objects to him, fulfilling a need the same way food satisfies hunger. Between murders, he functioned adequately in society. Not exceptionally, but adequately enough to avoid suspicion. His wife noticed only that he occasionally came home later than usual, explaining he'd had extra passengers or vehicle trouble. His children knew him as a distant father who provided but didn't engage emotionally. His fellow taxi drivers considered him unremarkable, perhaps slightly antisocial, but nothing alarming in an industry full of independent operators who kept to themselves. The mask was perfect, and for months it worked flawlessly. But masks require energy to maintain, and the psychological pressure of serial murder accumulates. Richard's cooling-off periods, the time between kills when the urge builds again, were shortening. The satisfaction he gained from each murder was diminishing, requiring escalation to achieve the same psychological release. By the time he killed Chipo Mutasa, Richard had become sloppy. He'd grown confident in his invincibility, convinced that the police were too incompetent or too overwhelmed to catch him. He'd read newspaper accounts of the investigation with amusement, mocking the detectives who scrambled to understand a mind they couldn't begin to comprehend. This arrogance would destroy him. After murdering Chipo, Richard didn't properly clean his minibus. Strands of her hair remained caught in the seat fabric. Trace evidence, invisible to the naked eye but glaring under forensic analysis, connected his vehicle to the crime. He'd also been careless with his timeline, arriving home unusually late with fuel levels inconsistent with his claimed route. Patience, for the first time in their marriage, asked questions. Where had he been? Why was he so late? The minibus smelled strange. Had he been transporting livestock? Richard's explanations were dismissive, almost contemptuous, as if he'd grown tired of performing normalcy for an audience he considered intellectually inferior. What Richard didn't know was that Detective Chigumba had finally caught a break. The fiber evidence from Chipo's body had been analyzed, and forensic experts had narrowed the source to a specific type of commercial upholstery used in minibuses manufactured between 1995 and 2000. This detail allowed investigators to focus their search on a specific subset of vehicles operating in Harare. Additionally, Chigumba's team had begun geographic profiling, mapping where victims disappeared, where they were found, and the likely transit routes between those locations. The pattern suggested the killer operated primarily in the northern and eastern sectors of the city, specifically along routes connecting the city center to outlying townships. They were closing in, though they didn't yet have a name or face to attach to their profile. Meanwhile, Richard was already selecting his next victim. The urge had returned stronger than before, demanding satisfaction. He'd identified a woman, younger than his usual targets, which itself indicated escalating risk tolerance, who worked late shifts at a restaurant. He'd observed her for 3 nights, learning her schedule, noting that she always waited alone at the same corner. He planned to take her on November 20th, 2002. But the universe has a strange way of intervening in human plans. Sometimes justice arrives not through brilliant detective work, but through coincidence, through the random intersection of events that pulls back the curtain on carefully hidden evil. On November 18th, 2 days before Richard planned his next murder, a routine traffic stop changed everything. A police checkpoint had been established on Mutare Road to check vehicle licenses and registrations, a standard operation in Zimbabwe's heavily regulated transport industry. Officers were stopping commercial vehicles randomly, verifying paperwork, issuing fines for violations. Richard approached the checkpoint that afternoon with a minibus full of passengers, confident in his documentation's legitimacy. He had no outstanding warrants, no prior convictions beyond the assault charge from years earlier that had been dismissed. He expected a quick inspection and clearance. Officer Tendai Madziva approached Richard's vehicle and requested his license and registration. While Richard produced the documents, Officer Madziva noticed something unusual. Deep scratch marks on Richard's forearms, recent enough to still be scabbed over. The officer asked about the scratches. Richard explained he'd been repairing his vehicle, had scraped himself on metal edges. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about Richard's demeanor triggered Madziva's instincts. Too calm, too prepared with an answer, eyes that assessed rather than engaged. Madziva asked Richard to step out of the vehicle for a more thorough inspection. This is where Richard made his critical error. Instead of complying casually, maintaining his mask of normalcy, he hesitated. Just for a fraction of a second, but long enough for Madziva to recognize resistance. The officer called for backup. Within minutes, additional officers arrived, and a comprehensive search of Richard's minibus began. Passengers were asked to disembark and wait. Richard's documents were examined more carefully. And then, tucked beneath the driver's seat in a plastic bag, officers found items that shattered Richard's carefully constructed cover. Women's identification cards, personal items, a small notebook containing dates and locations. The trap was springing closed, though Richard didn't realize it yet. He maintained his composure, insisting the items had been left behind by passengers, that he'd collected them intending to return them to a lost property office. But Officer Madziva had been briefed on the quarry killer case. All traffic police had been. They'd been given indicators to watch for, including taxi drivers with suspicious behavior, unexplained scratches or defensive wounds, possession of personal items belonging to missing women. Madziva radioed Detective Chigumba. The detective arrived within the hour, and everything changed. The interrogation room at Harare Central Police Station occupied a windowless space on the building's third floor, walls painted institutional gray and stained with decades of desperate denials. Detective Samuel Chigumba sat across from Richard Nyaza at a metal table bolted to concrete, the recorder between them capturing every word, every breath, every silence that stretched like chasms. Richard maintained his composure with impressive discipline. He'd been arrested at 3:15 in the afternoon on November 18, 2002, and now, 6 hours later, showed no signs of psychological breakdown. His posture remained relaxed, his responses measured, his eyes betraying nothing beyond mild irritation at the inconvenience. "The identification cards found in your vehicle," Chigumba began, sliding photographs across the table. "You claim passengers left these behind?" "Yes." Richard's voice carried the flat effect investigators had come to recognize as characteristic of certain predators. Emotion deleted, humanity absent. "People forget things constantly. I keep them to return." "For how long?" "I don't understand the question. How long do you keep lost items before attempting to return them?" "Days? Weeks?" Chigumba tapped the photographs. "These cards belong to women who have been missing for months. Martha Chikwanha missing since March. Tendai Moyo missing since June. Yet you've made no effort to contact their families or report finding their property." Richard shrugged, a gesture of calculated indifference. "I plan to. I've been busy working." The explanation was absurd, and everyone in the room knew it. But Richard wasn't trying to convince anyone of his innocence. He was testing boundaries, measuring how much evidence investigators actually possessed beyond the circumstantial. Chigumba shifted tactics. "Tell me about your route schedule. Where do you typically drive passengers?" Richard recited his standard routes with mechanical precision. City center to Chitungwiza in the mornings, return trips in the evenings, occasional diversions to Mbeere and Highfield depending on demand. His description matched the geographic profile Chigumba's team had developed, placing Richard in exactly the right locations at exactly the right times to intercept victims. But matching a profile isn't proof. Hundreds of taxi drivers worked similar routes. "The scratches on your arms," Chigumba continued, You told Officer Medziva you got them repairing your vehicle. What specifically were you repairing? Brake lines. Metal edges are sharp. Which brake lines? Front or rear? Front passenger side. Chigumba made notes, knowing the forensic team was simultaneously examining Richard's minibus. If the brake line story was false, if no recent repair work existed, that lie would become leverage for breaking through Richard's defenses. Hours accumulated. The interrogation continued in cycles. Direct questions, evasive answers, mounting tension that Richard refused to acknowledge. He accepted water when offered but didn't drink it, simply held the bottle in both hands as if measuring its weight. Outside the interrogation room, Chigumba's team worked frantically to build their case. Forensic technicians were processing Richard's minibus with painstaking thoroughness, collecting hair samples, fiber evidence, biological traces that might connect the vehicle definitively to victims. Other investigators were interviewing Richard's wife, his neighbors, his fellow taxi drivers, searching for behavioral patterns or witness accounts that could support an arrest. The brake line claim collapsed first. Forensic examination revealed no recent repair work on Richard's minibus. No scratches on metal edges consistent with his explanation. The scratches on his arms, however, were entirely consistent with fingernails, defensive wounds from someone fighting for survival. Chigumba returned to the interrogation room at 2 in the morning with this information, placing photographs of Richard's arms next to photographs of the intact brake lines. "You lied about these scratches," Chigumba stated flatly. "There's no damage to your vehicle's brake lines. No evidence of recent repair work. These wounds came from a person, not from metal." "Who scratched you, Richard?" For the first time, something flickered across Richard's face. Not panic, predators like Richard don't panic easily, but recognition that his first defensive perimeter had been breached. "Perhaps I was mistaken," Richard offered. "Maybe I scratched myself on something else. I work with my hands constantly. Injuries happen. Convenient memory failure." Chigumba leaned forward. "Let's talk about November 14th. Where were you that evening?" Richard's eyes narrowed fractionally. November 14th was the date of Chipo Mutasa's disappearance, though that information hadn't been made public. Chigumba was testing whether Richard would reveal knowledge only the killer would possess. "Working my normal route," Richard replied carefully. "Why? Did you have any memorable passengers? Anyone who stood out?" "No. Standard day." Chigumba produced another photograph, a still image from the security camera near where Rutoncube had last been seen. The image quality was poor, the vehicle indistinct, but certain details were visible. A minibus with specific route markings that matched Richard's vehicle. This minibus was captured on camera at the location where Rutoncube disappeared. "The route markings are identical to yours. Can you explain this?" Richard studied the photograph with unsettling intensity, his mind clearly calculating odds, measuring risks. "Many minibuses have similar markings. That could be anyone." "Could be. But we're going to enhance this image, compare it to your vehicle's specific characteristics. The dent in the rear panel, the replacement side mirror, the unique paint touch-up on the driver's door. What do you think we'll find?" The question hung like a blade. Richard understood that forensic analysis was inevitable, that his vehicle was being examined inch by experts who could connect microscopic evidence to his victims. The walls were closing in, and he knew it. But still, he maintained the facade. "I want a lawyer." Those 4 words should have ended the interrogation immediately. Zimbabwe's legal system, despite its many flaws, protected the right to legal representation. But Chigumba wasn't interrogating Richard to obtain a confession. Not yet. He was establishing psychological dominance, letting Richard understand that every lie would be exposed, every defense would crumble. "Of course," Chigumba agreed, standing. "We'll arrange representation. But Richard," he paused at the door, "I know what you are. I've studied men like you, men who need to control, who need to watch life drain from frightened eyes. You've already killed at least 4 women. The evidence is building with every hour. When you're ready to talk, and you will be ready, because isolation breaks everyone eventually, I'll be waiting." Richard was transferred to a holding cell while investigators continued their work. The minibus analysis produced devastating results. Hair samples matching Martha Chiquanha and Tendai Moyo, fiber evidence from Chipo Mutasa's clothing, trace blood evidence that DNA testing would later confirm belonged to Ruton Cube. The vehicle was essentially a mobile crime scene, a catalog of Richard's murders preserved in biological residue. Patience Nyaza, Richard's wife, provided information that fractured his alibi defense. She confirmed Richard had come home unusually late on dates corresponding with victim disappearances. She described his emotional detachment, his occasional disappearances for hours without explanation, his growing irritability when questioned about his whereabouts. She also revealed something chilling. Richard had recently started keeping a locked box in their bedroom, refusing to explain its contents or allow her to open it. Police obtained a search warrant for the Nyaza residence and discovered the box hidden beneath the couple's bed. Inside were trophies, jewelry, identification cards, personal photographs taken from victims. Serial killers often collect trophies, tangible reminders of their crimes that allow them to relive the experience. Richard had kept pieces of each woman he'd murdered, objects he could touch and remember the moment he'd stolen their breath. The evidence became overwhelming. Forensics connected Richard's vehicle to victims. His wife's testimony destroyed his timeline defense. The trophy collection demonstrated premeditation and consciousness of guilt. Every piece of Richard's carefully constructed mask was being systematically destroyed by investigators who refused to let fatigue or frustration deter them. 72 hours after his arrest, Richard requested to speak with Detective Chigumba. The interrogation room felt different this time. Richard's composure had eroded. His shoulders slumped fractionally. His eyes carried the exhausted recognition of a predator finally cornered by superior hunters. "I'll tell you what happened," Richard said quietly. "But you need to understand, I'm not a monster. I'm sick. I need help. This is the final performance of serial killers when their defenses collapse. Reframing themselves as victims, claiming mental illness, seeking sympathy they never extended to those they destroyed." Chigumba had seen this transformation dozens of times. "Tell me about Martha Chiquanha," Chigumba prompted, recorder spinning, and Richard began to talk. He described selecting Martha because she reminded him of women he'd seen as a child. Tired, worn down, vulnerable. He explained offering her a ride, diverting to the quarry, strangling her while experiencing sexual gratification. He detailed positioning her body with care, returning to admire his work days later. He confessed to murdering Tendai Moyo, Ruton Cube, and Chipo Mutasa using identical methods. He admitted to planning a fifth victim, explaining how he'd been surveilling a restaurant worker for days before his arrest. Most disturbingly, Richard revealed there had been other attempts, women who'd refused rides, who'd sensed danger and escaped. He estimated he'd approached between 15 and 20 women before successfully isolating Martha. The calculation was chilling. Richard treated murder like a salesman treats sales, accepting rejections as part of the process, persistent until he achieved his goal. The confession lasted 9 hours. Richard spoke with clinical detachment, describing murders as if recounting ordinary events. He showed no remorse, no emotional connection to his victims as human beings. They were objects in his narrative, props in his story. When he finished, Chigumba asked one final question. "Why did you kill them?" Richard considered this, then offered an answer that crystallized his psychopathy. "Because I could, because it felt good, because they were there and I wanted to." No elaborate psychological explanation, no trauma-based justification, just raw, honest evil, the banality of a man who murdered simply because the urge existed and opportunity presented itself. Richard Nyaza was formally charged with 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of sexual assault, and multiple counts of kidnapping. Zimbabwe's legal system, despite its challenges, moved with unusual efficiency when processing his case. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession detailed, the public demand for justice absolute. But the story doesn't end with arrest. It continues into courtrooms where justice seeks to balance scales that can never truly be balanced. and into the aftermath that ripples through families destroyed by one man's monstrous choices. The Harare Magistrates' Court had seen countless criminals pass through its halls, but few generated the visceral hatred that accompanied Richard Nyas's trial. When he was transferred from custody to courtroom on March 3, 2003, police formed a human barricade to protect him from crowds that screamed for immediate execution, that threw stones and bottles, that embodied collective rage against a monster who terrorized an entire city. Richard walked through this gauntlet with the same emotional flatness he'd displayed throughout his arrest and interrogation. He didn't flinch from projectiles or react to threats. He simply moved forward, shackled and guarded, as if the fury surrounding him existed in a different dimension from his internal reality. The trial lasted 3 months, though its outcome was never in doubt. The prosecution, led by State Advocate Tendai Beatty, presented overwhelming evidence. Forensic analysis connecting Richard's minibus to victims, testimony from Richard's wife describing suspicious behavior, the trophy collection that demonstrated premeditation, and most damningly, Richard's own confession. The defense, assigned to Richard because Zimbabwe's legal system requires representation for all accused regardless of guilt, attempted to argue diminished capacity due to mental illness. They brought psychiatrists who diagnosed Richard with antisocial personality disorder, who explained his childhood trauma and emotional development failures. But psychological explanations, while academically interesting, don't absolve legal responsibility. Richard understood right from wrong. He'd taken elaborate precautions to avoid detection, cleaning his vehicle, disposing of evidence, maintaining alibis. These behaviors demonstrated consciousness of guilt and awareness that his actions were criminal. The prosecution called victims' families to testify. Grace Chikwanha, Martha's mother, described her daughter's dreams of providing a better life for her child. Dreams cut short by a man who viewed her as disposable. She wept on the witness stand, then composed herself and looked directly at Richard, demanding he acknowledge what he'd destroyed. Richard met her eyes without expression, without any visible recognition of her humanity or her pain. Tendai Moyo's brother spoke of his sister's meticulous nature, her plans to save money for their mother's medical treatment, her kindness to everyone she encountered. He described the family's disintegration after her death, their mother's decline into depression so severe she stopped eating, their father's rage that burned through family relationships like acid. Rudon Cube's fiancé testified about their wedding plans, about the clinic she dreamed of opening, about finding her engagement ring among the personal effects returned by police. He'd kept the ring, he explained, because selling it felt like erasing the last physical proof that their future had once existed. Chipo Mutasa's children, too young to testify but present in the courtroom, sat beside their grandmother, confused about why their mother hadn't come home, why everyone kept crying, why the man in shackles stared at them with eyes that registered nothing. Each testimony built a portrait of destruction that extended far beyond for murdered women. Richard had killed mothers, daughters, sisters, fiancés, friends, and in doing so, he'd murdered pieces of dozens of lives connected to his victims. The grief radiated outward like shrapnel, tearing through families and communities. Throughout these testimonies, Richard remained impassive. Court observers noted his complete lack of emotional response, his apparent boredom during victim impact statements. He doodled on paper provided by his attorney. He yawned during particularly emotional testimonies. When the judge admonished him to show respect, Richard offered a perfunctory apology devoid of sincerity. The defense's psychiatric experts attempted to explain this behavior as symptomatic of his disorder, the inability to process empathy, the emotional disconnection from consequences. But to the families watching, to the public following the trial, Richard's behavior simply confirmed his monstrosity. State Advocate Beatty delivered a closing argument that lasted 2 hours, methodically dismantling any remaining doubt about Richard's guilt. He walked the jury through evidence piece by piece. The forensic connections, the trophy collection, the confession, the pattern of behavior that demonstrated premeditation and serial predation. This is not a man who acted impulsively, Beatty argued, his voice carrying the weight of collective outrage. This is a calculated predator who weaponized trust itself. He identified the most vulnerable members of our society, women struggling to survive our economic collapse, and transformed their desperation into death sentences. He offered help knowing he would deliver horror. He drove these women to isolated locations, strangled them while experiencing sexual gratification, then arranged their bodies like objects in a gallery of his own depravity. Beatty paused, letting silence emphasize his next words. Richard Nyaza is not insane. He is evil. He understands right from wrong, which is why he hid his crimes, why he lied to investigators, why he maintained a facade of normalcy while murdering innocent women. Mental illness does not excuse conscious choices to inflict suffering. It does not erase the calculation required to hunt, kill, and dispose of human beings like trash. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges. When the foreman read the decision, families of victims wept with relief. Richard showed no reaction, simply nodded as if confirming something he'd already known. Sentencing occurred 2 weeks later. Judge Rita Makarao presided over a courtroom packed beyond capacity, where spectators stood shoulder to shoulder, hoping to witness justice finally delivered. Judge Makarao's sentencing statement was comprehensive and unflinching. She detailed each murder, describing the terror Richard's victims must have experienced in their final moments. She addressed Richard directly, forcing him to hear, even if he couldn't emotionally comprehend, the magnitude of his crimes. "You preyed upon women during their most vulnerable moments," Judge Makarao stated. "You exploited our society's transportation crisis to gain access to victims who had no reasonable alternative but to trust you. You transformed an act of assistance into a mechanism of death. You stole not only lives but futures, children who will grow up without mothers, families fractured beyond repair, communities traumatized by your actions." She continued, her voice hardening. "You have shown no remorse, no recognition of your victims' humanity. No acknowledgement that you destroyed real people with hopes, dreams, families who loved them. Your psychological diagnoses, while noted by this court, do not diminish your responsibility. You understood your actions were wrong, which is why you concealed them. You are not a victim of your impulses. You are their willing servant." Judge Makarao sentenced Richard Nyaza to death by hanging on 4 counts of murder. Zimbabwe had maintained capital punishment despite international pressure, specifically for crimes deemed exceptionally heinous. Richard qualified without question. "May God have mercy on your soul," Judge Makarao concluded. Because this court has none to offer, Richard was transferred to Chikorbi Maximum Security Prison's death row, a facility that housed Zimbabwe's most dangerous criminals awaiting execution. The prison, located on Harare's outskirts, had been constructed during colonial times and retained the oppressive architecture designed to break human spirits. Death row conditions were deliberately harsh. Prisoners occupied individual cells measuring roughly 6 by 8 feet, containing only a concrete sleeping platform and a bucket for waste. Lighting was minimal. Temperature extremes went unmitigated, scorching during summer months, freezing during winter nights. Contact with other prisoners was prohibited. Exercise consisted of 30 minutes daily in a small yard, always alone, always watched by armed guards. Richard adapted to these conditions with the same emotional flatness he'd displayed throughout his trial. Guards reported he never complained, never requested special treatment, never engaged in the desperate behaviors exhibited by other death row inmates. He ate when fed, slept when tired, exercised when permitted, and otherwise existed in a state of apparent emotional hibernation. Prison psychologist Dr. Kudzai Mike conducted regular evaluations of death row inmates, attempting to assess mental stability and suicide risk. His sessions with Richard revealed a man utterly disconnected from the consequences of his actions. "Do you think about the women you killed?" Dr. Mike asked during one session. "Sometimes," Richard replied without inflection. "What do you think about? How it felt? The control? Do you regret what you did?" Richard considered this, then answered with chilling honesty, "I regret getting caught. The acts themselves, no. They satisfied something necessary." Dr. Mike noted in his evaluation that Richard demonstrated complete absence of empathy, inability to recognize others as possessing equal human value, and no capacity for genuine remorse. He concluded Richard represented the extreme end of antisocial personality disorder, a human being who understood societal rules intellectually but felt no emotional compulsion to follow them. The appeals process, mandatory for death penalty cases, dragged through Zimbabwe's legal system for nearly 2 years. Richard's attorneys argued procedural irregularities, challenged forensic evidence validity, and renewed claims of diminished capacity. Each appeal was systematically rejected by higher courts that found no merit in technical objections when evidence of guilt was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the families of Richard's victims struggled to rebuild shattered lives. Grace Chikwonha raised Martha's daughter alone, watching the child grow and seeing her mother's features emerge in her face. Every milestone, first day of school, lost tooth, birthday celebration, carried dual emotions. Joy for the child's development, grief that Martha wasn't present to witness it. Tendai Moyo's family fractured completely. Her mother never recovered from depression, eventually succumbing to what doctors listed as heart failure but family members knew was simply giving up. Her father became withdrawn and bitter, alienating his remaining children through anger that had nowhere productive to direct itself. Rudong Cube's fiancée never married. He kept her photograph on his bedside table, spoke to it some nights, maintained the fiction that she was simply away traveling and would return someday. Friends worried about his mental health but understood grief's strange mathematics, the way it warps time and suspends reality. Chipo Mutasa's children were raised by their grandmother, who told them carefully curated stories about their mother's strength and determination. As they grew older, they'd learn the truth about how she died. But for now, they were protected by age-appropriate fictions that let them remember her as a hero rather than a victim. The city of Harare slowly metabolized its trauma. Women continued to use public transportation because alternatives didn't exist, but wariness became permanent. The casual trust that once characterized commuter culture had been poisoned, replaced by hypervigilance that exhausted everyone who practiced it. Taxi drivers noticed the change. Women who once chatted pleasantly now sat silently, phones ready, eyes watching, offering assistance to stranded passengers, once considered basic decency, now triggered suspicion and fear. Richard Nyaza had damaged something fundamental in Harare's social fabric, introducing permanent suspicion where community cohesion had previously existed. In October 2005, nearly 3 years after his conviction, Richard's final appeal was denied by Zimbabwe's Supreme Court. The execution date was set for December 15, 2005. Death row protocol dictated that condemned prisoners be informed exactly 7 days before execution. On December 8th, Richard was told he would hang in 1 week. His response, according to guards present, was a simple nod. No visible fear, no emotional breakdown, just acknowledgement of information received. He declined religious counsel, explaining he held no spiritual beliefs. He refused to write letters to family members, stating he had nothing to say. He requested no special final meal, content to eat standard prison rations. Even facing death, Richard maintained his emotional void. The night before his execution, prison officials conducted final checks. Richard's cell was searched for contraband or suicide implements. Some condemned prisoners chose to control their own deaths rather than submit to state execution. Richard had made no such preparations. He sat calmly on his concrete platform, hands folded, staring at the wall. Guards asked if he wanted anything. Richard requested only that his body be cremated rather than buried, explaining he didn't want to occupy any more space in the world than necessary. The request was noted but ultimately ignored. Zimbabwe's execution protocols didn't accommodate personal preferences regarding body disposal. December 15, 2005, arrived with the pale dawn that breaks over Harare's eastern horizon. Richard was awakened at 5 a.m., given water and bread he didn't eat, then led from his cell to the execution chamber, a small, clinical room containing the gallows that had ended dozens of lives before his. Present for the execution were required officials: the prison warden, a physician to confirm death, a religious representative despite Richard's refusal of counsel, and 2 witnesses from victims' families, Grace Chikwonha and Tendai Moyo's brother, both present to see justice delivered. Richard walked to the gallows without resistance. He declined to make a final statement. When asked if he had any last words, he simply shook his head. The hood was placed over his face. The noose was positioned around his neck. At 6:17 a.m., the trapdoor opened. Richard Nyaza died within minutes, his body hanging motionless as the physician confirmed cessation of life. The witnesses watched in silence, their expressions mixing satisfaction, sorrow, and exhaustion. Justice had been served, but it felt hollow. No execution could resurrect their loved ones or heal trauma that would persist for generations. After Richard's death was confirmed, his body was removed from the gallows and processed according to standard procedures. Despite his request for cremation, he was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery, joining other executed criminals whose names were recorded only in official ledgers. The families of his victims received notification that Richard Nyaza's sentence had been carried out. Some felt relief, others felt nothing. The execution couldn't bridge the void his crimes had created. Chipo Mutasa's mother summarized the collective sentiment when she told reporters, "He's dead now, but my daughter is still dead too. Nothing has changed except another mother lost her child." The Quarry Killer case became a watershed moment in Zimbabwe's criminal justice history. It prompted reforms in how police handled serial crime investigations, led to increased forensic training for investigators, and resulted in safety awareness campaigns targeting women using public transportation. The quarry where Richard disposed of his victims was eventually filled and converted into a memorial garden. For trees were planted, one for each confirmed victim, with plaques bearing their names and dates. The memorial serves as a reminder that behind every crime statistic are real people whose lives mattered, whose absences create permanent wounds in the fabric of their communities. Detective Samuel Chigumba, who'd led the investigation, retired from police service in 2010. He never spoke publicly about the Nyaza case beyond his court testimony, but colleagues reported he kept photographs of the 4 victims on his office wall until his final day. Not as trophies, but as reminders of why the work mattered, why pursuing justice for the forgotten and vulnerable was the highest calling of law enforcement. Today, nearly 2 decades after Richard Nyaza's execution, his name still evokes visceral reactions in Zimbabwe. Parents tell their children cautionary tales about the Quarry Killer, warning them about the danger of trusting appearances. Taxi drivers still struggle with the lingering suspicion Richard's crimes embedded in the public consciousness. And the families he destroyed continue carrying grief that time softens but never eliminates. The question that haunts everyone who studies the case is simple yet unanswerable. How many others like Richard Nyaza exist, wearing masks of normalcy while cultivating darkness? How many predators move through our communities undetected, waiting for opportunity, hunting for vulnerability? We comfort ourselves believing monsters are rare, that evil this pure is exceptional. But Richard Nyaza wasn't supernatural. He was human, broken, damaged, psychologically malformed, but human. He lived among us, interacted with us, functioned in society while harboring impulses that would destroy for lives and damage countless others. The truth Richard Nyaza's story teaches us is uncomfortable. Evil doesn't announce itself with obvious signs. It doesn't wear a costume or carry identifying marks. It drives a minibus. It offers assistance. It speaks with familiar cadence. It looks like everyone else until the moment it doesn't. And by then, it's too late. The Quarry Killer is dead, executed by the state for crimes that shocked a nation. But the fear he introduced, the wariness, the suspicion, the knowledge that predators hide in plain sight, that fear survives. It lives in every woman who hesitates before accepting a ride, in every parent who warns their children about strangers with kind smiles, in every community that learned trust is a luxury no longer affordable. Richard Nyaza killed 4 women whose names we remember: Martha Chikwanha, Tendai Moyo, Ruton Cube, and Chipo Mutasa. But he murdered something larger too, the collective innocence of a city that believed community bonds were stronger than individual malevolence. That innocence, once destroyed, can never be fully restored. The sun rises over Harare every morning, indifferent to human tragedy. People board minibuses, beginning their daily commutes, placing trust in strangers because alternatives don't exist. Life continues because it must. But the ghost of the quarry killer rides alongside them, invisible but present, a permanent reminder that monsters walk among us, and vigilance is the only defense against darkness that wears a human face. Sleep carefully tonight. Lock your doors. Trust cautiously, because the most terrifying truth Richard Nyaz's story reveals is this. The next person who offers you help might be offering something else entirely, and you won't know until it's too late. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Toolbox Killers. When monsters meet their mirror image, the body count multiplies. Tonight, we descend into one of the most calculated, chilling partnerships in criminal history. 2 men, 1 silver van, and a collection of tools that would transform the San Gabriel Mountains into a graveyard of screams. This isn't a story about sudden violence or crimes of passion. This is about meticulous planning, about 2 minds that found each other across prison walls and discovered they shared the same monstrous dream. Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker and Roy Lewis Norris didn't stumble into evil. They engineered it, refined it, and documented it with a tape recorder that would later make seasoned homicide detectives weep. The summer of 1979, Southern California beaches glittered under endless sunshine. Teenagers hitchhiked without fear. The world felt open, innocent, alive with possibility. But cruising those same coastal roads was a customized GMC van with no windows in the back, soundproofed walls, and a sliding door that opened onto nightmares. Inside, a toolbox waited, not for construction or repair, but for destruction so precise, so deliberate, that it would redefine the boundaries of human cruelty. 5 young women between 13 and 18 years old, each one approached with a smile, a convincing story, a moment of manufactured trust. Each one vanished into that van, into a mobile chamber of horrors where their screams were trapped, recorded, and savored, where pliers became instruments of torture, where ice picks penetrated living flesh, where death came slowly, agonizingly, while one killer wielded tools and the other aimed a camera. The FBI would later use their audio recordings. Yes, they recorded everything to desensitize new agents to the worst humanity could offer. Grown men with decades of law enforcement experience couldn't listen to those tapes without breaking down. The screams, the begging, the sounds of metal meeting bone, and beneath it all, the casual conversation of 2 men discussing their work like mechanics troubleshooting an engine. This is the story of how evil recognizes itself, how 2 damaged souls found their perfect complement in each other and decided to make their darkest fantasies real, how they hunted with patience and precision, how they were finally stopped, not by brilliant detective work, but by the fragile conscience of one man who heard too much and couldn't stay silent. Turn off your lights, lock your doors, because tonight, we're climbing into that van. We're tracking the evolution of 2 monsters who transformed the act of murder into a systematic operation. We're following the timeline of 5 young lives stolen, violated, and erased. And we're confronting a question that still haunts investigators decades later. How does someone become this broken? How do 2 someones find each other and amplify their sickness into something exponentially worse? The toolbox is open, the tape is rolling, and the monsters are smiling as they cruise the Pacific Coast Highway, hunting for their next project. This is the complete, unflinching story of the Toolbox Killers. Evil has a genesis. It gestates in broken childhoods, festers in damaged minds, and occasionally, horrifyingly, finds its twin flame in another broken soul. The story of Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris begins not with murder, but with a series of failures, incarcerations, and psychological fractures that would ultimately align with catastrophic precision. Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker entered the world in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on September 27, 1940. Adopted at an early age by George and Alice Bittaker, His childhood appeared outwardly normal, even stable. But something fundamental never connected. His adoptive parents described him as a child incapable of genuine affection, someone who mimicked emotional responses without experiencing them. Teachers noted his intelligence, an IQ testing at 138, placing him in the upper echelons of cognitive ability, but also his complete inability to form meaningful bonds with peers. He wasn't ostracized or bullied. He simply existed in a vacuum of his own creation, observing others like specimens under glass. By age 18, Bittaker had already established a pattern that would define his adult life: petty theft, breaking and entering, and an escalating disregard for societal boundaries. He moved through the California criminal justice system like a stone skipping across water, brief incarcerations followed by releases, followed by new crimes. But these weren't crimes of desperation or survival. Psychological evaluations during his various prison stays painted a disturbing portrait. A man with no empathy, no remorse, and a growing fascination with controlling and dominating others. One psychiatrist noted that Bittaker exhibited a complete lack of internal moral compass and views other human beings as objects to be manipulated. Throughout the 1960s and early 1970s, Bittaker cycled through California's prison system. He was intelligent enough to manipulate parole boards, convincing them of rehabilitation while internally refining his fantasies. He read voraciously, true crime books, psychological texts, anything that might illuminate the mechanics of violence. He wasn't interested in random brutality. He wanted to understand how to maximize suffering, how to extend the moment of death, how to architect agony with surgical precision. Roy Lewis Norris followed a different but parallel trajectory into darkness. Born in Greeley, Colorado in 1948, Norris's early childhood was marred by instability. His parents divorced when he was young, and he bounced between relatives, never establishing secure attachments. Unlike Bittaker's cold intellectualism, Norris developed an explosive volatility. He was diagnosed with a schizoid personality during his military service, a stint that ended with his attempted rape of a woman in Vietnam. The military discharged him, but instead of facing serious consequences, he was simply sent home. His violent tendencies documented but essentially unleashed on civilian society. Norris's crimes escalated quickly. In 1969, he attempted to rape a woman at knife point. Caught and convicted, he was sent to Atascadero State Hospital, a facility for mentally disordered offenders, where psychiatrists diagnosed him as a mentally disordered sex offender and predicted he would rape again if released. Despite this dire warning, overcrowding and bureaucratic indifference led to his parole in 1975. Within 4 months, he'd attacked another woman. Back to Atascadero. More evaluations. More warnings. More predictions that he was fundamentally dangerous and would inevitably escalate. And then, somehow, the system released him again in 1978. The universe has a dark sense of timing. In 1977, while both men were serving time at the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo, Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris met. Their initial conversations were unremarkable, the standard prison small talk about crimes, sentences, grievances against the system. But gradually, carefully, they began testing each other, sharing progressively darker fantasies, gauging reactions, searching for judgment and finding only recognition. Bittaker later described the moment he realized Norris was different from other inmates. They'd been discussing women, not in the crude, boastful way common in prison, but analytically. Bittaker mentioned a fantasy about abducting someone, about having complete control, about taking as much time as he wanted. He watched Norris's face, expecting disgust or alarm. Instead, Norris leaned forward, eyes bright with interest, and began adding details, refinements, improvements to the scenario. It was like finding someone who spoke the same language. Bittaker would later tell investigators, his voice devoid of emotion, "We understood each other perfectly." Over months of conversations, they constructed a plan with the meticulousness of engineers designing a bridge. They wouldn't be impulsive or sloppy like other killers they'd read about. They would be systematic, careful, organized. They would target victims who fit specific criteria: young, attractive, vulnerable. They would use manipulation rather than obvious force during the abduction, reducing the chance of witnesses. They would have a mobile location for their crimes, eliminating the risk of a fixed site that could be discovered. And this was Bittaker's contribution, the detail that revealed the depth of his pathology. They would document everything. Photographs, audio recordings, detailed notes. Not as evidence to be destroyed, but as trophies to be preserved and revisited. They made a pact. When they were both released, they would make their fantasies real. They would target one girl for each teenage year from 13 to 19. 7 victims total. A neat, complete set. Norris was released first in October 1978. Bittaker followed in November. They immediately reconnected, and the planning shifted from theoretical to operational. Bittaker, mechanically inclined and intelligent, began searching for the perfect vehicle. He needed something nondescript enough to avoid attention but large enough for their purposes. He found it in a used silver 1977 GMC cargo van. The exterior was anonymous, forgettable, but Bittaker spent weeks customizing the interior, removing the standard paneling and replacing it with carpet padding, soundproofing. He installed a sliding door between the driver's compartment and the cargo area. He removed the back windows entirely and replaced them with solid panels. Inside, he built a sleeping platform, storage compartments, and anchoring points for restraints. He nicknamed it Murder Mac. While Bittaker prepared their mobile dungeon, Norris handled logistics. He worked a legitimate job to avoid suspicion, maintained contact with his parole officer, and played the role of a reformed citizen. But in private, he assembled their toolkit. Not guns, too loud, too quick, too impersonal. They wanted implements that required proximity, that transmitted the killer's effort directly into the victim's body. Pliers of various sizes, ice picks, hammers, wire coat hangers, a sledgehammer. Each tool was tested, its weight and balance assessed, its potential applications discussed with clinical detachment. By early summer 1979, everything was ready. The van was customized. The tools were assembled. Their hunting ground was selected. The Pacific Coast Highway and the beach communities scattered along Southern California's coastline. The area was perfect. Constant traffic, numerous hitchhikers, transient populations, and multiple overlapping law enforcement jurisdictions that would complicate any investigation. They created rules, protocols designed to minimize risk and maximize their success. They would approach victims together, with Bittaker driving and Norris engaging. 2 men seemed less threatening than one, especially if they maintained a friendly, non-threatening demeanor. They would offer rides using various pretexts: car trouble, directions, innocent conversation. They would target victims who appeared to be alone or with a single friend. They would avoid approaching anyone near their own vehicle or home, where they might be remembered. And critically, they would never rush. If a situation felt wrong, if a potential victim seemed suspicious, or if witnesses were present, they would simply drive away and wait for a better opportunity. Their first attempt came on June 24, 1979, but it ended in failure. They approached a girl on Redondo Beach, offered her a ride, and she accepted. But as they drove, she became increasingly nervous. Her body language shifted from relaxed to tense. She asked to be let out. Bittaker and Norris exchanged glances. Their van was still in public view, on a well-traveled street. Reluctantly, they stopped and released her. She hurried away, glancing back once with an expression that suggested she'd sensed something wrong but couldn't articulate what. They drove in frustrated silence for several minutes before Norris finally spoke. "We need to be better at putting them at ease." Bittaker nodded, already mentally adjusting their approach. They were learning, calibrating, refining their technique. The practice run had revealed weaknesses in their method. They would correct them. 2 weeks later, on June 24th, they tried again. Cindy Schaefer was 16 years old, walking along a street in Torrance, California. She'd spent the afternoon at the beach and was heading to a friend's house. She had long, dark hair, a slender build, and the kind of open, trusting face that suggested she'd been raised in a safe environment where strangers were generally benign. The silver van slowed beside her. Bittaker leaned out the window, smiling. He didn't leer or stare. He'd practiced this, keeping his expression friendly but not overly familiar. He asked if she knew where a specific street was, a common question that immediately established him as harmless, as someone needing help rather than offering it. Cindy approached the van, and Norris joined the conversation from the passenger side, maintaining the same carefully crafted demeanor of two ordinary guys who were slightly lost. They were good at this, these two broken men. Decades of manipulation, of studying social interactions from the outside, had taught them exactly how to mimic normalcy. "We could give you a ride if you want," Bittaker offered casually. "We're heading that direction anyway." Cindy hesitated. Some instinct whispered warning. But the sun was bright, the street was busy, and these men seemed genuinely friendly. She made the calculation that thousands of young people made in that era of comparative innocence. What could go wrong? She climbed into the passenger seat between them. They drove north, maintaining casual conversation. Cindy relaxed incrementally, answering questions about school, her plans for the summer, mundane teenage concerns. Bittaker turned onto a less-traveled road, explaining they needed to make a quick stop first. Cindy didn't protest. She was still comfortable, still trusting. When they reached a more isolated stretch, Norris's demeanor changed instantly. The friendly mask vanished, replaced by something cold and predatory. He grabbed her, one hand clamping over her mouth, the other seizing her arm with crushing force. Cindy's eyes widened in shock and terror as Bittaker brought the van to a stop and activated the sliding door. Norris dragged her into the back, into the carpeted space that swallowed her screams. For the next 2 hours, Cindy Schaefer experienced every nightmare that had ever gestated in the minds of two sadists who'd spent years fantasizing about this moment. Bittaker had brought his tape recorder. He wanted to capture everything: the begging, the crying, the sounds of their tools meeting her body. Norris had brought a camera. They took turns, one wielding implements while the other documented. When they finally decided they were finished, when they'd extracted every possible moment of suffering from her diminishing consciousness, they strangled her with a wire coat hanger. Her body was wrapped in plastic and dumped in a canyon off the Angeles Crest Highway, tossed like refuse into a ravine where it would eventually be discovered by hikers. As they drove away, Bittaker was already replaying the tape, listening critically. Norris cleaned the tools. Neither man expressed remorse or horror at what they'd done. Instead, they critiqued their performance like athletes reviewing game footage, discussing what worked, what could be improved, what they'd try next time. "One down," Bittaker said quietly, his eyes on the road ahead. 6 to go. The partnership had been consecrated in blood. The toolbox killers were operational, and summer along the Pacific Coast Highway had never been more dangerous. The Pacific Coast Highway in summer 1979 was a ribbon of freedom, stretching along California's coastline where ocean met opportunity. Teenagers hitchhiked between beach towns. Girls walked home from friends' houses as the sun painted the sky in shades of amber and rose. Young women stood at bus stops, trusting that the world was fundamentally safe, that strangers were generally good, that the afternoon light itself was a form of protection. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris understood this trust. They counted on it. They weaponized it. After Cindy Schaefer's murder, they experienced what Bittaker later described as an incredible high, like nothing else existed. But that high faded quickly, leaving behind a hunger that was only intensified by satisfaction. They'd proven their fantasy could become reality. They'd executed their plan with precision, leaving no evidence linking them to the crime. Now they wanted more. July crept toward August. The van prowled the coastal roads with increasing frequency. Bittaker and Norris had refined their approach based on their initial success. They'd identified the optimal times for hunting, late afternoon when teenagers were walking home, but before dark when parents became worried. They'd mapped out the areas with the highest concentration of potential victims and the nearest isolated locations where they could take captives without risk of interruption. They were patient. Several times they spotted potential victims but decided the circumstances weren't right. Too many witnesses, too much traffic, something about the situation that created unacceptable risk. They would simply observe, making mental notes, and continue cruising. This patience, this discipline, made them far more dangerous than impulsive killers. They were learning from each interaction, becoming more efficient, more effective. On July 8, 1979, they found their second victim. Andrea Joy Hall was 18 years old, a recent high school graduate planning to attend college in the fall. She'd spent the day at Huntington Beach with friends, body surfing and soaking up the California summer. As evening approached, she decided to hitchhike home to her apartment in Torrance. She stood on the Pacific Coast Highway with her thumb extended, bikini top visible beneath her t-shirt, long blonde hair catching the golden light. She looked exactly like the California dream, young, beautiful, alive with possibility. The silver van stopped. Andrea leaned toward the window, where Bittaker offered his now-practiced friendly smile. She had no way of knowing that her image had already appeared on camera, that these men had been discussing her body, her potential, her vulnerability as they approached. To her, they were just two guys offering a ride. She accepted. The pattern repeated with horrifying efficiency. Casual conversation to establish comfort. A turn onto a less traveled road. The sudden transformation from friendly to feral. Andrea's scream was cut short by Norris's hand, and then the sliding door opened and she was dragged into the carpeted darkness where Cindy Schaefer had suffered and died weeks earlier. But Bittaker and Norris had made modifications to their approach. They discussed what they wanted to accomplish, what new elements they wanted to explore. The tape recorder was positioned more carefully this time. The camera had fresh film. They'd brought additional tools, implements they'd theorized about but hadn't yet tested. Andrea Hall endured hours of systematic torture. The details are too graphic, too devastating to fully articulate. But the tape recording and photographs they created documented a descent into agony that FBI agents would later call the most disturbing evidence they'd encountered in their careers. Ice picks were used on living flesh. Pliers gripped and tore. Every scream was recorded. Every plea for mercy preserved on magnetic tape for the killer's later enjoyment. When they finally killed her, strangling her after hours of abuse, they drove her body up into the San Gabriel Mountains. But unlike Cindy, whose body they'd simply disposed of, Andrea was positioned carefully. Bittaker had read about how bodies were discovered, how decomposition worked, how investigators gathered evidence. He wanted to leave her in a location where she might never be found, or if found, would be so decomposed that forensic evidence would be minimal. They chose a ravine off a remote fire road, carrying her body down a steep embankment where it would be concealed by brush and undergrowth. Bittaker was careful not to leave footprints in any soft soil. They wore gloves. They'd wiped down every surface she'd touched in the van. As they climbed back to the vehicle and drove away, Norris expressed satisfaction with their evolving technique. "We're getting better at this," he said, and Bittaker nodded agreement. But something had shifted. The first murder had been the realization of a fantasy. The second was the beginning of an addiction. Each killing no longer satisfied, it only intensified the craving for the next one. The intervals between hunts would grow shorter. The violence would escalate, and the risks they were willing to take would increase proportionally to their growing confidence. 3 weeks passed. In that time, Cindy Schaefer's body was discovered by hikers. The local news covered the story. A young girl, murdered and discarded in the mountains. Police had few leads, no witnesses, no suspects. The coverage excited Bittaker and Norris. They'd watched the news together, sitting in Bittaker's apartment, drinking beer and watching investigators search the area where they dumped the body. The disconnect between the somber faces of detectives on television and their own private knowledge created a sense of superiority, of having successfully deceived the entire apparatus of law enforcement. "They have no idea," Norris laughed. "They're completely clueless." Bittaker rewound the tape of Cindy's final hours, listening again to the sounds they'd captured. This ritual, reviewing the tapes, looking at the photographs, became a regular activity. They would replay their crimes, narrating what they'd been thinking at various moments, critiquing their technique, planning improvements. On September 3, 1979, Labor Day, they decided to hunt again. The timing was strategic. It was a holiday weekend, with families and young people flooding to the beaches. The crowds provided both cover and opportunity. More potential victims, more chaos, more difficulty for any investigation to establish timelines and witness accounts. They'd been cruising for less than an hour when they spotted two girls on a corner in Hermosa Beach. Jackie Gilliam was 15 years old. Leah Lamp was 13. They'd spent the day at the beach and were trying to figure out how to get home. Both girls had that sun-exhausted contentment that comes from a perfect summer day. Neither had any experience that would prepare them for what approached in a silver van. Bittaker pulled to the curb and called out, asking if they needed a ride. The girls hesitated, conferring with each other in whispers. Two men in a van felt slightly off, but they were tired, eager to get home, and it was broad daylight on a busy street. They made the calculation. They climbed in. But this time, something was different. Jackie and Leah sat together on the passenger side bench seat while Bittaker drove and Norris maintained the friendly conversation from behind them. As the van turned onto the Pacific Coast Highway, heading away from their neighborhood, Jackie felt her anxiety spike. She touched Leah's arm, a silent warning. Leah's eyes widened with recognition of the same instinct. "Where are you going?" Jackie asked, trying to keep her voice level. "Our neighborhood is back that way. Just taking a quick detour," Bittaker said smoothly. "There's construction on the main road. We'll loop back around." But both girls now felt the creeping awareness that something was fundamentally wrong. Their bodies tensed. Jackie's hand moved toward the door handle. Norris saw the movement. In an instant, the pretense shattered. He lunged forward, grabbing Jackie's hair and slamming her head against the dashboard. Leah screamed, a piercing sound of pure terror, and tried to reach for the door. Bittaker, driving with one hand, grabbed her arm, twisting it with such force that something audibly popped. Both girls were crying, fighting, screaming for help as the van accelerated onto a frontage road away from traffic. The sliding door opened. Norris dragged Jackie into the back first, Bittaker maintaining his grip on Leah until he could pull over and help subdue her. The van, designed specifically for this scenario, trapped their screams within its soundproofed walls. What followed was even more brutal than their previous crimes. Having two victims simultaneously created a new dynamic of torture. They could force one girl to watch the other suffer, using psychological torment as an additional layer of cruelty. The tape recorder captured everything. The begging, the crying, Jackie trying to protect Leah, Leah's screams as tools were applied to her developing body, the sounds of two young lives being systematically destroyed. Hours later, when both girls were dead, strangled with piano wire that Bittaker had added to their toolkit, the killers drove up into the mountains. They found a different ravine, more remote than the previous disposal sites, and threw both bodies down the embankment like bags of garbage. The girls landed in the brush, limbs at unnatural angles, faces frozen in expressions of terminal fear. As they drove back down the mountain, dawn was breaking over Los Angeles. The sky was clear, promising another beautiful California day. Bittaker ejected the tape from the recorder and held it up, admiring it like a trophy. "This is our best work yet," he said quietly. Norris nodded, exhausted but satisfied. "When should we go out again?" "Soon," Bittaker replied. "Very soon." The addiction had fully metastasized. What began as a fantasy shared between two damaged men had evolved into an operational system, refined and perfected with each iteration. They'd killed 4 young women in less than 3 months. They had tapes, photographs, and memories that they revisited compulsively. And they had no intention of stopping. But patterns create vulnerabilities. Repetition invites recognition. And even the most careful predators eventually make mistakes. The question wasn't whether they would be caught. It was how many more victims they would claim before that inevitable moment arrived. The toolbox was still full. The tape recorder still had blank cassettes. And somewhere along the Pacific Coast Highway, another teenager was walking home, unaware that a silver van was prowling the same roads, its occupants discussing her potential, planning her destruction, savoring the anticipation of their next hunt. September drifted toward October. The beach crowds thinned slightly as summer faded. But the killing season wasn't over. For Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, every season was hunting season. Every sunny afternoon was an opportunity. Every young woman walking alone was a potential victim. The monsters weren't finished. They were just getting started. October brought a subtle shift to Southern California's coastal communities. The heat softened, the crowds thinned, and a certain wariness began circulating through neighborhoods where 4 young women had vanished. Parents were keeping tighter schedules. Girls were being warned about accepting rides from strangers. The local news ran segments about personal safety, though they stopped short of creating panic by connecting the disappearances explicitly. But Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris weren't deterred by increased vigilance. If anything, the heightened awareness excited them. They discussed how it added an element of challenge, how successfully abducting someone despite the public's growing caution would prove their superiority. They were chess players and everyone else was playing checkers. They'd also made a decision that revealed the depth of their pathology. Rather than scaling back their activities or modifying their approach to reduce risk, they decided to escalate. The previous victims had all been strangled relatively quickly after their torture. But Bittaker had been researching, reading medical texts and crime scene reports. He wanted to understand pain tolerance, the threshold between consciousness and shock, how to extend suffering to its absolute maximum duration. "I want to see how much one person can take," he told Norris one evening as they sat in the van, parked in a dark lot overlooking the ocean. "Not just physically, but psychologically. I want to document the complete destruction of a human being." Norris, always the more impulsive of the two, nodded eagerly. His role in their partnership was execution. Bittaker's was design. And Bittaker was designing something truly monstrous. On October 31st, 1979, Halloween night, they went hunting for what would be their final victim. The symbolism of the date wasn't lost on them. Children were trick-or-treating, families were distracted by festivities, and the general chaos of the holiday provided perfect cover. They cruised through Redondo Beach, scanning for opportunity, when they spotted her. Shirley Lynette Ledford was 16 years old, walking home from a party. She'd stayed later than intended and had missed her ride. Rather than calling her parents and admitting she'd lost track of time, she decided to walk. She was less than a mile from home, on well-lit streets. What could possibly happen? The silver van pulled alongside her. Bittaker leaned out, friendly and concerned. "Hey, it's pretty late for you to be walking alone. Halloween night can get crazy. Want a ride?" Shirley hesitated. She'd heard the warnings, but she was so close to home, and these men seemed genuinely concerned for her safety. The irony was devastating. She climbed into the van specifically because she thought it would keep her safe. The abduction followed the established pattern, but this time something was different in Bittaker's demeanor. Norris noticed it immediately as they dragged Shirley into the back of the van. There was a focused intensity in Bittaker's movements, a sense of purpose that went beyond their previous crimes. "We're going to take our time with this one," Bittaker said quietly, positioning the tape recorder carefully. "I want everything documented." What Shirley Lynette Ledford endured over the next several hours represents a level of sadistic torture that challenges comprehension. Bittaker had brought the full array of their tools. He'd planned a progression of torments designed to maximize suffering while maintaining consciousness. He wanted her aware, responsive, able to articulate her agony for the recording. The tape that survived, and yes, it survived to become evidence, captured 2 hours of methodical torture. Investigators who later listened to it described hearing Shirley begging, screaming, pleading for death as tools were applied to her body with surgical precision. Ice picks penetrated her ears. Pliers crushed sensitive flesh. A sledgehammer was used on her elbows, shattering bone. And throughout it all, Bittaker and Norris maintained a casual conversation, discussing their techniques like craftsmen evaluating their work. "Can we stop now?" Shirley's voice was barely recognizable, destroyed by screaming. "Please just kill me. Please." "Not yet," Bittaker responded, his tone analytical. "I need to see what happens when we do this." The recording continued. More screams, more begging, the sounds of metal against flesh, of bone breaking, of a human being reduced to pure suffering. And then, finally, when even Bittaker was satisfied with his documentation, they strangled her with a wire coat hanger, twisting it with such force that her neck showed deep lacerations when her body was later examined. But in their thoroughness, in their desire to fully document this crime, they made a critical error. Rather than immediately disposing of the body in their usual remote mountain location, they kept it in the van overnight. They wanted to photograph it in better light. They wanted to review the tape while looking at the results of their work. This delay, this savoring of their accomplishment, would prove catastrophic. The next morning, November 1st, they drove up into the San Gabriel Mountains to dispose of Shirley's body. But unlike their previous victims, whom they'd thrown deep into ravines, they left Shirley's body on a relatively accessible hillside off the Angeles Crest Highway. Whether this was carelessness bred by confidence or a subconscious desire to have their work discovered, it meant that her body was found within hours by a passing motorist. The discovery triggered an immediate and intensive investigation. Shirley Ledford's body told a story of torture so extreme that the coroner struggled to document all the injuries. The forensic evidence made clear that this wasn't a simple murder but rather a prolonged session of sadistic violence. Police immediately connected it to the previous unsolved disappearances of young women in the area. A task force was assembled. The media coverage exploded. For the first time, Bittaker and Norris felt pressure. The news was calling the perpetrator the toolbox killer based on the nature of the injuries. Composite sketches were being circulated based on witness descriptions from attempted abductions that had been reported but not initially connected. The net was tightening. But what ultimately unraveled their operation wasn't brilliant detective work or forensic science. It was human frailty. Roy Norris had a friend named Jimmy Dalton, a former prison acquaintance who'd remained in sporadic contact after their releases. In early November, Norris made a catastrophic decision. Whether it was pride, the need to share his accomplishments, or simply the compulsion that many killers feel to confess, Norris told Dalton about the murders. Not vaguely or hypothetically, but in explicit detail. He described the van, the tools, the victims. He bragged about their techniques, their success rate, their ability to evade detection. Dalton listened with growing horror. Initially, he thought Norris was exaggerating, creating prison-style stories to seem dangerous. But the details were too specific, too consistent with the news coverage. And when Norris offered to play him some of the tapes, Dalton realized with absolute certainty that his friend was confessing to being the toolbox killer. Dalton faced a decision that would haunt him regardless of his choice. Norris was his friend, but Norris was also a monster who would undoubtedly kill again. And more pragmatically, Dalton was on parole himself. If authorities discovered he'd known about these crimes and remained silent, he'd be charged as an accessory. He agonized for several days, but ultimately, on November 20th, Dalton called his attorney and arranged a meeting with law enforcement. In exchange for immunity, he would tell them everything Norris had revealed. The arrest happened swiftly. On November 20th, 1979, police surrounded Roy Norris at a job site where he was working. He was taken into custody without incident, confused about how they'd found him but maintaining his composure. Within hours, Bittaker was arrested at the apartment they shared. Both men initially denied everything, claiming they were being framed, that Jimmy Dalton was a liar seeking revenge over some petty dispute. But investigators had obtained search warrants for both the apartment and the van. What they discovered removed any doubt about guilt. The van's interior was exactly as Dalton had described: carpeted walls, soundproofing, sliding door, storage compartments. Forensic examination revealed traces of blood that matched multiple victims. Strands of hair belonging to Shirley Ledford were found in the carpet fibers. And most damningly, in a locked toolbox in the back of the van, investigators found photographs and audio tapes. The photographs showed victims in various stages of torture and death. Some were posed, clearly taken after the murders for trophy purposes. Others captured moments of active abuse. The investigators examining them had to take frequent breaks, stepping outside to vomit or compose themselves before continuing. But the audio tapes were worse, far worse. The tape of Shirley Ledford's torture was complete, unedited, a 2-hour descent into agony that made seasoned homicide detectives weep. One investigator later described it as the sound of evil in its purest form. The casual conversation between Bittaker and Norris, the methodical application of torture, the victim's progression from terror to begging to broken despair, it was all preserved in high fidelity. The FBI would later use portions of this tape in training to desensitize new agents to the worst of human depravity. But even in that controlled, professional context, many agents couldn't complete the listening session without breaking down. Confronted with this evidence, Roy Norris crumbled. His bravado evaporated when he realized the totality of what prosecutors had against him. His attorney negotiated a deal. In exchange for his testimony against Bittaker and a guarantee that he wouldn't face the death penalty, Norris would provide a complete confession, detailing every abduction, every murder, every disposal site. Over several days in December 1979, Norris sat with investigators and systematically walked them through the entire timeline of their crimes. He drew maps showing where bodies had been dumped. He explained their selection criteria, their abduction techniques, their methods of torture. He described Bittaker's role as the planner and his own as the primary aggressor. He showed no genuine remorse, treating the confession more like a debriefing, but he held nothing back. The information allowed police to locate the bodies of Andrea Hall, Jackie Gilliam, and Leah Lamp. All three had been so well hidden in remote ravines that they might never have been discovered otherwise. Recovery teams had to rappel down steep embankments to reach remains that had been partially scattered by wildlife and decomposition. The condition of the bodies corroborated every detail of Norris's confession. Lawrence Bittaker, however, refused to cooperate. When investigators played the audio tapes during his interrogation, attempting to break through his denial, he listened impassively. When they showed him photographs of the victims, both alive in family photos and dead in crime scene images, his expression remained neutral. Multiple detectives attempted to extract a confession or show of remorse, using every technique from aggressive confrontation to sympathetic understanding. Nothing worked. Bittaker viewed the entire process with cold detachment, as though observing something that didn't concern him personally. He consulted with his attorney and maintained a simple position. He would not confess to anything, would not help investigators in any way, and would force the prosecution to prove every element of their case at trial. "Those tapes could be anyone," he told detectives during one interrogation. "You have a rat's word and some recordings. That's not evidence against me specifically." His arrogance was staggering, but it was also strategic. Bittaker understood the legal system better than most criminals. He knew that without his confession, the prosecution would need to establish beyond reasonable doubt that he was the man on the tapes, that he had participated in the murders, that he was criminally liable for each death. He believed, correctly, that this would be difficult, and he was gambling that his intelligence and composure might create reasonable doubt in at least one juror's mind. The trials would prove whether his gamble would pay off. But while the legal machinery ground forward, both men sat in separate cells in the Los Angeles County Jail, awaiting their respective fates. The Toolbox Killers partnership had ended not in violence or glory, but in the mundane reality of arrest, evidence bags, and preliminary hearings. The monsters had been caged, but the question that would haunt investigators, psychologists, and the public for decades was simple. How do two human beings become capable of such sustained, methodical cruelty? What breaks in the soul to create not just willingness but enthusiasm for causing maximum suffering to innocent victims? The toolbox had been sealed as evidence. The van had been processed and cataloged, every fiber analyzed, every stain documented. The tapes had been duplicated and secured, but the psychological machinery that had produced these crimes remained imperfectly understood, a dark territory that defied easy explanation or comfortable conclusions. 5 young women were dead, 5 families were shattered, and an entire community had learned that monsters don't always look monstrous. Sometimes they look like 2 ordinary men in a silver van, smiling and offering help. The hunting season was over. The reckoning was about to begin. The trials of Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris would span years, creating a legal saga that tested the boundaries of what a courtroom and a community could endure. The evidence was overwhelming, But the nature of that evidence created unique challenges. How do you present audio recordings of torture to a jury without traumatizing them? How do you prove beyond reasonable doubt that two men committed crimes when one refuses to confess and the other's testimony is compromised by his deal with prosecutors? Roy Norris's trial began first, in May 1980, just 6 months after his arrest. His plea agreement had already been negotiated. In exchange for his complete cooperation and testimony against Bittaker, he would plead guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder, Cindy Schaefer's case, where his participation was less direct. The death penalty was off the table. Instead, he would receive 45 years to life with the possibility of parole. The sentencing hearing was brief but emotionally devastating. Families of the victims attended, many seeing Norris in person for the first time. He sat at the defense table looking smaller than his mugshots suggested, diminished somehow by the weight of public scrutiny. When given the opportunity to address the court, he stood and read from a prepared statement. "I want to say I'm sorry," he began, his voice wavering slightly. "I know that doesn't mean anything, that it can't bring anyone back. But I am sorry for what I did. I was sick. I still am sick. I deserve whatever punishment the court gives me." The apology felt rehearsed, coached by attorneys seeking to present their client as remorseful. Victim impact statements followed. Mothers describing daughters who would never graduate, never marry, never have children of their own. Fathers choking on rage and grief. Siblings traumatized by the loss and the knowledge of how their sisters had died. The courtroom was awash in anguish. Judge Thomas Frederick sentenced Norris to the agreed-upon term and added a statement that captured the collective revulsion. "What you and your partner did represents a level of depravity that challenges the concept of rehabilitation. Society must be protected from you permanently." Norris was remanded to custody and eventually transferred to California's state prison system, where he would spend decades in protective custody, isolated from the general prison population who reserved particular hatred for child killers and sex offenders. But the main event, the trial that would determine whether Lawrence Bittaker would live or die, was still to come. The people of the state of California versus Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker began in January 1981. The prosecution team, led by Deputy District Attorney Stephen Kay, had spent months preparing their case. They knew they were facing a uniquely intelligent defendant who had refused to confess and whose attorneys would challenge every piece of evidence. They also knew their case depended heavily on the testimony of Roy Norris, a convicted murderer whose credibility the defense would attempt to demolish. But they had something else, the tapes, and the photographs, and forensic evidence that placed victims in the van, that matched fibers and fluids to specific crimes. The physical evidence was overwhelming. The challenge would be presenting it in a way that didn't cause the jury to revolt or become so traumatized they couldn't deliberate effectively. Jury selection took weeks. Potential jurors were questioned extensively about their ability to hear graphic testimony, to view disturbing photographs, to potentially listen to portions of audio recordings depicting torture. Many were dismissed immediately, unable to guarantee they could remain objective when confronted with such evidence. Others were dismissed by the defense, who sought jurors who might be skeptical of purely circumstantial evidence or sympathetic to arguments about mental illness and diminished capacity. Finally, a jury was seated. 7 women and 5 men, ranging in age from mid-20s to late 60s. They had no idea what they were about to experience. The prosecution's opening statement was direct and unflinching. Stephen Kay walked the jury through the timeline of the crimes, from Bittaker and Norris's meeting in prison through their methodical planning, their acquisition of the van and tools, and finally their 5-month killing spree. He explained that they would hear testimony from Roy Norris, who would describe his participation in gruesome detail. He warned them about the audio and photographic evidence they would encounter. "What you are about to hear and see," Kay said, his voice heavy with the responsibility he carried, "represents evil in its purest form. These were not crimes of passion or impulse. These were carefully planned, methodically executed acts of torture and murder committed by 2 men who derived pleasure from causing maximum suffering. The defendant, Mr. Bittaker, was the architect of these crimes. He designed the van. He acquired the tools. He He made the recordings, and he has shown, from the moment of his arrest to this very day, absolutely no remorse for any of it. The defense opening was more complex. Bithacker's attorneys didn't deny that crimes had occurred or that their client knew Roy Norris. Instead, they argued that the prosecution's case was built primarily on the word of a confessed murderer who had every incentive to minimize his own role and maximize Bithacker's. They suggested that while Bittaker might have been present for some events, Norris was the primary aggressor, the violent actor, while Bittaker was a passive observer who feared for his own safety if he intervened. Roy Norris is going to come into this courtroom and tell you a story, the defense attorney explained. But you must remember, he's telling you this story because it keeps him alive. He's bought his life with his testimony. And in doing so, he has every reason to portray my client as the mastermind while casting himself as merely a follower. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that the truth is far more complex. The strategy was transparent but not without merit. Credibility would be crucial, and Norris's credibility was inherently compromised by his plea deal. The prosecution's case unfolded over months. Witnesses testified about seeing the silver van in areas where victims had disappeared. Forensic experts explained how blood, hair, and fiber evidence connected the van to multiple victims. The medical examiner provided clinical testimony about the injuries found on recovered bodies, using anatomical diagrams to explain the specific tools that had caused specific wounds without showing actual autopsy photographs to the jury. Then Roy Norris took the stand. For 3 days, he testified in explicit detail about every abduction, every torture session, every murder. He described how he and Bittaker had selected victims based on appearance and vulnerability. He explained the techniques they'd used to gain trust before revealing their true intentions. He walked through the interior layout of the van, pointing to photographs showing where victims had been restrained, where tools had been stored, where the tape recorder had been positioned. And he described the torture. In clinical, horrifying detail, he recounted what had been done to each victim. The courtroom was absolutely silent except for his voice and the occasional sob from family members in the gallery. Several jurors were visibly crying. One had to be excused temporarily, overcome by nausea. The defense's cross-examination was aggressive. Bittaker's attorneys attacked Norris's credibility relentlessly, highlighting inconsistencies in his various statements to police, emphasizing his own violent history, suggesting that he was minimizing his role to secure his plea deal. They got him to admit that he had been the one physically restraining most victims, that he had personally wielded many of the torture implements, that his own sadistic impulses had driven much of the violence. But Norris held firm on the key point. It was Bittaker who had planned everything, who had insisted on documenting everything, who had been the controlling mind behind their operation. He was always in charge, Norris testified. I did what he told me to do. He was the one who said we needed to make them suffer as long as possible. That was always his thing, making it last. Then came the moment the prosecution had been building toward, the evidence that would seal Bittaker's fate. The audio recording of Shirley Ledford's torture. Judge Thomas Fredericks had ruled, over strenuous defense objections, that the jury could hear portions of the tape, enough to establish Bittaker's presence, participation, and state of mind, but not so much as to be unnecessarily inflammatory. Even edited, what the jury heard was devastating. The courtroom lights were dimmed slightly. A tape player was set up facing the jury box. Stephen Kay stood beside it, his hand on the play button, and addressed the jury one final time before pressing it. What you're about to hear is extremely difficult. If at any point you need a break, please signal the bailiff. But I want you to understand, this is not presented to shock you or manipulate your emotions. This is evidence. This tape proves who Lawrence Bittaker is and what he is capable of. He pressed play. For 15 minutes, the jury listened to hell. Shirley Ledford's screams, her begging, her desperate pleas for death. And underneath it all, 2 men's voices, discussing their work, commenting on her reactions, planning their next steps. One of those voices was Roy Norris, whom they'd already heard testify. The other, the calmer one, the one making suggestions and observations with clinical detachment, was clearly a different person. Voice analysis experts had already testified that the second voice matched Lawrence Bittaker's speech patterns, rhythm, and inflection. But more than any scientific analysis, the content of what that voice said was damning. "Try the ice pick now," it suggested at one point. "I want to see what happens." Later, "Make sure you're getting this on camera. This is the best part." When the tape finally stopped, the silence in the courtroom was absolute. Several jurors were openly weeping. Others sat rigid, faces pale, eyes distant. Family members in the gallery had fled before the tape was even halfway through. And Lawrence Bittaker sat at the defense table, his expression unchanged. His eyes focused on some middle distance, as though the tape had been playing music rather than a recording of his crimes. That expression, that absolute absence of remorse or recognition, may have been more damaging than anything else. The jury could see him. They could see that he felt nothing, that he was fundamentally hollow where empathy and conscience should exist. The prosecution rested their case. The defense presented a brief case focused primarily on mental health experts who testified about Bittaker's psychological profile. They described his antisocial personality disorder, his inability to form emotional connections, his history of trauma and institutional upbringing. They argued that while his actions were monstrous, they were the product of a profoundly damaged mind rather than pure evil. But the prosecution's rebuttal was simple. Bittaker's intelligence, his meticulous planning, his ability to maintain a facade of normalcy when needed, all of this demonstrated that he understood right from wrong, that he was capable of controlling his impulses when it served his interests, and that he had chosen to commit these crimes despite having full awareness of their wrongfulness. The jury deliberated for less than 2 full days. On February 17, 1981, they returned with their verdict. Guilty on all counts. 5 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances. Multiple counts of rape, torture, kidnapping, and conspiracy. The guilty verdicts came rapidly, the foreperson's voice steady as she read each one while Bittaker sat motionless. Then came the penalty phase, where the same jury would decide whether Lawrence Bittaker would live or die. The prosecution presented aggravating factors. The extreme cruelty of the crimes, the vulnerability of the victims, the lack of any remorse, the likelihood of recidivism if he were ever released. They replayed portions of victim impact statements. They emphasized that Bittaker represented an ongoing threat to society that could only be neutralized by death. The defense presented mitigating factors: Bittaker's difficult childhood, his psychological disorders, his institutional upbringing. They argued that life in prison without possibility of parole would adequately protect society while avoiding the irrevocable step of execution. They brought in more mental health experts who testified that Bittaker's brain was fundamentally different, that his capacity for empathy had never properly developed. But none of it mattered. The jury had heard the tape. They'd seen Bittaker's cold indifference. They'd listened to months of testimony about what he'd done to 5 young women. The deliberation on penalty was even shorter than the guilt phase. On March 24, 1981, the jury returned with their recommendation: death. Judge Fredericks, who had sat through every moment of the trial, who had heard every piece of evidence, scheduled the formal sentencing hearing for several weeks later. When that day arrived, he gave Bittaker one final opportunity to address the court. Bittaker declined, sitting silently as the judge pronounced sentence. "Mr. Bittaker," Judge Fredericks began, "I have presided over many trials in my career, but I have never encountered such a complete absence of human decency as I have observed in this case. You are a danger to all of society. You have no capacity for remorse or rehabilitation. The jury has recommended death, and I see no reason to reduce that sentence. You are hereby sentenced to death in the gas chamber at San Quentin State Prison for the murders of Lucinda Schaefer, Andrea Hall, Jackie Gilliam, Leah Lamp, and Shirley Ledford. May God have mercy on your soul, because you showed none to your victims." Bittaker was transported to San Quentin's death row, where he would spend the next 38 years filing appeals, giving occasional interviews to researchers and journalists, and maintaining his absolute lack of remorse. He never confessed. He never expressed genuine regret. Instead, he treated his crimes as achievements, often discussing them with the same pride a craftsman might show when describing a complex project. Roy Norris remained in protective custody in the California prison system, serving his 45 to life sentence. He came up for parole multiple times over the decades, and each time, victim families appeared to oppose his release. Each time, the parole board denied him, citing the heinous nature of his crimes and the ongoing threat he represented. He died in prison in February 2020 at age 72, never having been released. Lawrence Bittaker died on December 13, 2019, at age 79, still on death row, having never been executed. California's death penalty had become effectively defunct due to legal challenges and political opposition, and Bittaker benefited from that limbo, spending nearly 4 decades in a single cell where he received regular meals, had access to books and television, and lived far more comfortably than his victims had died. The case left scars that never fully healed. The families of the victims formed a support network, helping each other navigate grief and trauma. Several became advocates for victims' rights, working to ensure that parole boards heard victim impact statements and that families had a voice in criminal proceedings. The detective who led the investigation retired early, haunted by the case. FBI agents who worked on the evidence analysis sought counseling for PTSD. The tapes remained sealed in evidence, their contents known only to those who absolutely needed to hear them. Requests from journalists, true crime enthusiasts, and even academics were denied. Some things law enforcement decided were too destructive to be released into the world, even in the name of education or transparency. The silver van Murder Mac was eventually destroyed, crushed and melted down so it could never become a grotesque souvenir or tourist attraction. The tools were disposed of similarly, erased from physical existence, though their impact remained indelibly carved into the bodies and memories of those who survived the killer's rampage indirectly. Southern California's coastal highways still carry thousands of vehicles daily. Teenagers still walk home from the beach. Young women still travel these roads, mostly unaware of the horror that once prowled the Pacific Coast Highway in a silver van driven by 2 men who had transformed murder into a systematic operation. But for those who remember, who lived through those months of terror in 1979, the story of the Toolbox Killers serves as a permanent reminder that evil exists. Not abstract evil, not the evil of distant wars or impersonal disasters, but intimate evil. The evil of 2 human beings who chose, deliberately and repeatedly, to cause maximum suffering to innocent victims, who documented it, who savored it, who felt no remorse. The monsters are gone now, both dead, their bodies disposed of with far more dignity than they showed their victims. But the questions they raised remain unanswered. How does someone become capable of such cruelty? What breaks in the human soul to create not just willingness but enthusiasm for torture? Can such damage be identified early, prevented, treated? We don't have good answers. We have theories, risk factors, psychological profiles. But the truth is that evil remains partially opaque, a territory we've mapped incompletely. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris existed. They found each other. They acted on their darkest impulses. And 5 young women paid the ultimate price for that catastrophic convergence. Their names deserve to be remembered. Lucinda Cindy Schaefer, Andrea Joy Hall, Jackie Gilliam, Leah Lamp, and Shirley Lynette Ledford. 5 individuals with dreams and families and futures that were stolen by 2 men with a toolbox and a tape recorder. The hunting season is over. The monsters are dead. But vigilance must remain eternal, because somewhere, perhaps, another damaged soul is fantasizing about violence. Another broken mind is refining plans. Another predator is waiting for the perfect partner in crime. The Pacific Coast Highway stretches on, beautiful and terrible, carrying traffic toward destinations unknown. And somewhere along those sun-drenched roads, the memory of 5 lost girls whispers a warning that should never be forgotten. Not all monsters announce themselves. Some offer you a ride home. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our 3rd story. Story 3. The Matamal Serial Killer. Some men don't just cross lines, they erase them entirely. Tonight, we're tracking a predator who wore the mask of salvation. David Randaccini didn't hide in shadows or stalk deserted alleyways. No, he drove a taxi, the kind of vehicle that promises safety, that carries exhausted workers home after long shifts, that becomes a trusted fixture in a community. But inside that ordinary car, hell had four wheels and a driver who smiled while he destroyed lives. This is the story of the Matamal serial killer, a man who turned trust into a weapon and a small South African town into his personal hunting ground. For years, he operated with impunity, selecting victims with chilling precision, disposing of evidence with practiced ease, and sleeping soundly while families searched desperately for daughters, sisters, and mothers who would never come home. What makes a taxi driver? Someone people depend on, someone embedded in the daily rhythm of community life, become a serial rapist and murderer. How does a monster hide behind such an ordinary face that neighbors defend him even after his arrest? And most haunting of all, how many times did potential victims climb into his taxi, sense something wrong, but dismiss that primal whisper of danger? David Randaccini's reign of terror lasted over a decade. His victims were vulnerable women, most of them sex workers, chosen because he believed society wouldn't miss them, wouldn't fight for them, wouldn't even look for them. He was wrong about that last part. But by the time justice caught up with him, the body count had climbed to at least 17 confirmed victims, with investigators suspecting the true number might never be known. This isn't just a story about a serial killer. It's about the women he destroyed, the community that failed to see him, and the detective work that finally brought him down. It's about how evil doesn't announce itself with fangs and claws. Sometimes it just unlocks the passenger door and asks if you need a lift. Welcome to the true story of David Randaccini, the Matamal serial killer. Matamal sits in the Limpopo province of South Africa, roughly 2 hours north of Johannesburg. Previously known as Nilstroom, this agricultural town of approximately 40,000 people has the quiet, unremarkable character of places where everyone knows everyone, or thinks they do. The streets carry familiar faces. The same taxis run the same routes. The rhythms of daily life create patterns so predictable they become invisible. David Randaccini understood these patterns intimately. Born in 1969, he grew up in this region, becoming just another face in the community tapestry. By the early 2000s, he'd established himself as a taxi driver, operating primarily in Matamal and the surrounding areas. To his passengers, to his neighbors, to the casual observer, David was ordinary to the point of being forgettable. Average height, unremarkable features, a quiet demeanor that neither attracted attention nor raised alarms. But taxi driving gave David something invaluable: access. His vehicle became a mobile hunting ground, offering privacy, mobility, and a built-in explanation for being anywhere at any time. He could drive the main roads or the isolated rural routes. He could pick up passengers in busy taxi ranks or find lone women waiting at empty bus stops as darkness gathered. And because he was a taxi driver, nobody questioned why he was there. His victims followed a pattern that revealed both calculation and contempt. David targeted women society had marginalized: sex workers, women struggling with substance abuse, women who lived on the economic edge where survival meant taking risks others could avoid. These women often worked along the highways and in the poorer sections of town, places where desperation made them vulnerable and where their disappearances might not trigger immediate police action. The profile was deliberate. David knew these women often lacked stable family structures actively monitoring their whereabouts. He knew many had criminal records or substance dependencies that complicated their credibility as potential witnesses. He knew the police response to a missing sex worker would differ dramatically from the response to a missing schoolgirl or professional woman. He weaponized society's prejudices, selecting victims from a population many people had decided didn't matter. But they mattered. Each woman had a name, a story, a life that extended beyond the circumstances David exploited. They had families who loved them, friends who missed them, children who waited for mothers who never returned. David saw only opportunities, bodies to abuse, dispose of, and forget. His method evolved into a practiced routine. He would offer rides to women, often late at night when few other options existed. The taxi represented safety in a way, better than walking alone, better than waiting in dangerous areas, better than accepting rides from complete strangers. Except David was the stranger, the danger, the nightmare disguised as a solution. Once isolated inside his vehicle, David would drive away from populated areas, heading toward remote locations where screams went unheard and violence left no witnesses. The attacks were brutal, rape followed by murder, his victims strangled or beaten to death, their bodies then dumped in rural areas, hidden in bushes, abandoned in fields, left to decompose far from the roads where they'd last been seen alive. The disposal sites revealed both his knowledge of the region and his confidence. He chose locations off the beaten path, but not so remote that reaching them required suspicious effort. Places where bodies might remain undiscovered for weeks or months, where animals and weather would degrade evidence, where the connection between victim and killer would become harder to establish with each passing day. And for years, this approach worked horrifyingly well. Bodies were found, but often too decomposed for easy identification. Missing persons reports were filed, but without bodies, investigators struggled to classify cases as homicides versus voluntary disappearances. The demographics of his victims meant that even when families desperately sought answers, their concerns sometimes received less urgency than other cases demanding police attention. David continued driving his routes, maintaining his ordinary life, blending seamlessly into the community. He had a wife, children, a home address, a traceable employment history. He wasn't a drifter or an obvious outsider. He was Matamal, a local man with local knowledge, driving local roads, hiding in absolute plain sight. But patterns, even carefully constructed ones, eventually reveal themselves. As bodies accumulated and missing persons reports clustered, investigators began noticing connections. Multiple victims shared similar backgrounds, sex workers or vulnerable women. Multiple disappearances occurred along similar routes. Multiple bodies turned up in the same general region, all showing signs of violent assault. The breakthrough came not from sophisticated forensics or dramatic detective work, but from something far simpler: survivors. Not all of David's attacks ended in murder. Some women escaped, some survived, and some, despite the trauma and fear, came forward to report what had happened to them. These survivor accounts provided crucial details. Descriptions of a taxi driver who'd picked them up, driven them to isolated locations, and attacked them. Women who'd fought back, fled into the darkness, or survived by playing dead until he left them for deceased. Each testimony added pieces to a puzzle investigators were desperate to solve. One survivor's account proved particularly significant. She described being picked up by a taxi driver, driven to a remote area, raped and left for dead. But she memorized details: the vehicle's appearance, the driver's features, the location where he'd dumped her. She reported the attack, underwent examination, and provided a statement detailed enough to make investigators realize this wasn't an isolated incident. Detectives began comparing cases, looking for connections between assaults and disappearances. They mapped locations, analyzed timelines, and identified patterns in the victimology. The profile of a serial predator emerged: someone local, someone mobile, someone targeting a specific vulnerable population, someone operating with a confidence suggesting this wasn't a recent development. The investigation focused on taxi drivers. The logic was straightforward: the mobility, the access to isolated locations, the ability to be anywhere without arousing suspicion. Police began interviewing drivers, checking backgrounds, looking for anyone with prior offenses or suspicious behavior patterns. David Randaccini's name surfaced. He matched the description provided by survivors. He operated in the relevant areas. His routes aligned with disposal sites and last known locations of missing women. When investigators looked closer, they found he had a history: prior complaints, allegations that hadn't resulted in charges, whispers suggesting he wasn't the safe, ordinary driver he appeared to be. But having suspicions and building a prosecutable case were different challenges. Police needed evidence: physical evidence linking David to specific crimes, testimony from witnesses or survivors, something concrete enough to justify arrest and support charges capable of withstanding trial. The surveillance began carefully. Investigators monitored David's movements, documented his patterns, waited for mistakes. They interviewed more women, discovering additional survivors who'd escaped his attacks but hadn't reported them, either from fear, trauma, or the bitter belief that nobody would care about crimes against them. Each new testimony strengthened the case. Each survivor who bravely came forward added weight to the growing evidence that David Randaccini wasn't just a taxi driver with bad luck. He was a serial predator who'd operated unchecked for over a decade. The walls were closing in, but David didn't know it yet. He continued driving, continued working, continued maintaining the facade of normalcy that had protected him for so long. He had no idea that investigators were building a case brick by brick, preparing to tear down the mask he'd worn throughout his killing spree. And when the hammer finally fell, it would reveal crimes so extensive, so brutal, so coldly calculated that even seasoned investigators would struggle to comprehend how one man could inflict so much suffering while maintaining such an ordinary exterior. The landscape surrounding Matamal holds secrets. Vast stretches of bushveld, agricultural lands, and remote rural areas create countless locations where something, or someone, can disappear without immediate notice. The vegetation grows thick in places, providing natural concealment. The distances between farms and settlements mean that screams go unheard, that vehicles traveling dirt roads at night pass unnoticed, that the dead can lie undiscovered until animals, weather, and time have erased most traces of their final moments. David Randaccini knew this landscape intimately. Years of driving taxis through the region had given him a mental map of every isolated road, every abandoned property, every stretch of bushveld where nobody would venture without specific reason. He used this knowledge with horrifying efficiency, transforming quiet corners of the countryside into dumping grounds for the women he murdered. The discovery of bodies became a grim pattern throughout the 2000s and early 2010s. Farm workers would stumble across skeletal remains while clearing land. Hikers would notice clothing scraps or bones scattered by scavengers. Motorists would spot something unusual off the roadside and investigate, only to recoil in horror at what they'd found. Each discovery triggered similar processes: police securing the scene, forensic teams documenting evidence, investigators attempting to identify remains that were often severely decomposed or skeletonized. The work was painstaking and frequently heartbreaking. Decomposition destroys faces, fingerprints, distinguishing features. What remains are bones, sometimes clothing fragments, occasionally jewelry or personal items that might provide identification clues. But even bones tell stories to those trained to read them. Forensic anthropologists can determine age, sex, approximate height. They can identify trauma, fractures consistent with blunt force, hyoid bones broken during strangulation, skeletal injuries indicating violent death. The bodies David left behind bore silent witness to the brutality they'd endured, even when time and elements had stripped away everything else. Identification became a critical challenge. Many victims came from transient populations, women without stable housing, without regular contact with family, without the social networks that trigger immediate alarm when someone goes missing. Their disappearances might not be reported for weeks or months, if ever. When reports were filed, families often lacked recent photographs, detailed physical descriptions, or documentation like dental records that could facilitate identification. DNA testing offered solutions when samples could be obtained, but this required having comparative DNA from potential family members and the resources to conduct extensive testing, neither guaranteed in cases involving marginalized victims. Some bodies remained unidentified for years, their deaths documented but their names lost. As more bodies surfaced and investigators began connecting cases, patterns emerged. The victims were predominantly women. They showed signs of sexual assault and violent death. They were found in similar types of locations, remote but accessible, areas David could reach without difficulty but where bodies might remain hidden indefinitely. Mapping the disposal sites created a geographic profile centered around Matamal and surrounding areas. The pattern suggested someone local, someone familiar with the region, someone operating within a defined comfort zone. This wasn't a killer traveling vast distances or selecting random locations. This was someone using knowledge gained through routine activity, someone whose presence in these areas wouldn't seem unusual. One particularly horrific discovery occurred in 2010 when multiple sets of remains were found in close proximity, suggesting David had used certain locations repeatedly. The disposal site was remote enough to avoid detection but close enough to areas he frequented that dumping bodies there involved minimal risk. The grim efficiency of it demonstrated how practiced he'd become, how this had evolved into routine: kill, drive, dispose, return to normal life. Investigators worked to identify as many victims as possible, reaching out to families of missing women, comparing descriptions to unidentified remains, conducting DNA analysis when samples were available. Each identification represented both success and tragedy. A name restored to someone who'd been reduced to case numbers and forensic photographs, but also confirmation that another life had been violently stolen. The identified victims told heartbreaking stories. Many were mothers, daughters, sisters whose families never stopped searching. Some had struggled with addiction or poverty but were fighting to improve their circumstances. Others were sex workers trying to survive in an economy that offered few alternatives. All were human beings whose lives mattered, whose deaths demanded justice, whose memories deserved more than being discarded in the bushveld like refuse. As the body count climbed, public awareness grew. News coverage highlighted the serial killings, putting pressure on police to solve cases that had lingered for years. Community members began demanding answers. How could someone murder multiple women over such an extended period without being caught? Why had it taken so long to connect the cases? What was being done to stop the killer still operating among them? The pressure intensified investigations. More resources were allocated, detectives from specialized units became involved, and the case received prioritization it might not have gotten earlier. But catching a serial killer requires more than effort. It requires evidence, witnesses, mistakes, or luck. David had been careful, but nobody maintains perfect operational security indefinitely. The survivors who escaped his attacks provided crucial testimony. DNA evidence collected from crime scenes, both living victims and deceased, began building a forensic profile. Vehicle evidence, witness sightings, and the geographic pattern of crimes all pointed toward taxi drivers operating in the region. When investigators focused specifically on David Randaccini, they found troubling indicators. He had access to all the relevant locations. His work schedule aligned with when many women had gone missing. His vehicle matched descriptions provided by survivors. And when they looked into his background more carefully, they discovered he wasn't the clean slate he appeared to be. There had been complaints before, allegations of inappropriate behavior, accusations that hadn't resulted in charges, warnings from other taxi drivers that something seemed off about him. These red flags had been dismissed or not pursued aggressively, allowing David to continue operating. In hindsight, they represented missed opportunities, chances to stop him before the body count climbed so high. But now, with mounting evidence and growing certainty, investigators prepared to make their move. They needed enough for arrest and prosecution, witness testimony, DNA matches, forensic evidence linking him to specific victims. The case was complex, involving multiple crime scenes, numerous victims spanning many years, and evidence ranging from physical samples to survivor accounts. Behind the scenes, prosecutors reviewed evidence, determining which charges they could prove beyond reasonable doubt. The goal was comprehensive prosecution, not just trying him for one or two murders, but bringing charges reflecting the full scope of his crimes. Every identified victim deserved justice. Every family deserved acknowledgement that their loved one's death would be answered. The evidence gathering continued methodically. Police interviewed additional witnesses, re-examined crime scenes with new information, and conducted surveillance to prevent David from fleeing or destroying evidence if he suspected investigation. The operation required careful coordination. Moving too quickly might compromise the case. Moving too slowly risked losing evidence or allowing further crimes. Unknown to David, his world was collapsing around him. The careful compartmentalization that had protected him, ordinary taxi driver by day, serial killer by night, was crumbling as investigators pulled threads connecting him to crime after crime. The bodies he'd hidden were being found. The survivors he'd assumed were too afraid or too marginalized to report were coming forward. The evidence was mounting into a case that would finally bring him to justice. But until the moment of arrest, he continued driving his taxi, living in his home with his family, maintaining the pretense of normalcy. His wife and children had no idea. His neighbors expressed shock when eventually confronted with allegations. The community that had known him for years couldn't reconcile the ordinary man they'd seen daily with the monster investigators were describing. This cognitive dissonance, the inability to match the mundane exterior with the horrific crimes, is common in serial killer cases. We want monsters to look monstrous, to announce their evil through appearance or behavior. When they don't, when they look like everyone else, it creates profound unsettlement. It forces recognition that evil doesn't necessarily advertise itself, that predators can hide behind the most ordinary masks. David Randaccini had worn that mask successfully for over a decade. He'd murdered at least 17 women, possibly more. He'd raped, strangled, beaten, and discarded human beings like garbage, then returned home to sleep soundly. And he'd done it all while driving a taxi, smiling at passengers, collecting fares, and blending seamlessly into community life. But the mask was about to be ripped away. The reckoning was coming. And when it arrived, the full horror of what he'd done would finally be exposed to the light. The arrest of David Randaccini occurred on June 14, 2013, a date that would mark both an ending and a beginning. An ending to his decade-long killing spree, and a beginning to the painful process of accounting for all the lives he'd destroyed. When police moved in to apprehend him, they did so with overwhelming force, recognizing they were taking down a serial predator whose crimes ranked among the most extensive in South African history. David didn't resist. When confronted by officers, he offered no violence, no dramatic final stand, no defiant proclamations. The banality continued even into his arrest. He simply complied, quiet and unremarkable to the end, the same mask of ordinariness firmly in place. For those who'd worked the investigation, who'd studied crime scenes and listened to survivors' trauma, the lack of drama felt almost anticlimactic. They'd been hunting a monster, but what they apprehended looked like just another middle-aged taxi driver. The news of his arrest rippled through Matamal and surrounding communities with seismic force. Initial reports described a taxi driver arrested in connection with multiple murders. As details emerged, the suspected body count, the duration of his killing spree, the targeting of vulnerable women, shock gave way to horror. This wasn't a recent crime spree or an isolated incident. This was a serial killer who'd operated among them for over 10 years. Community reactions split along predictable lines. Families of missing women experienced the cruel mixture of relief and devastation that comes with confirmation. Relief that the killer was caught, devastation that their worst fears about their loved ones were confirmed. For those who'd spent years searching, hoping against hope that perhaps their daughter or sister had simply disappeared to start a new life elsewhere, the arrest meant accepting the terrible finality of murder. But others, neighbors, fellow taxi drivers, people who'd known David casually, expressed disbelief. They described him as quiet, normal, unremarkable. He seemed so ordinary, became a common refrain, as if ordinariness itself were immunity against evil. Some initially defended him, insisting investigators had made a mistake, that David couldn't possibly be responsible for such crimes. This reaction, the refusal to accept that someone familiar could commit extraordinary evil, reflects a fundamental human cognitive bias. We create mental categories for good people and bad people, and we struggle intensely when someone we've categorized as normal or even good commits acts we associate with evil. Our brains resist recategorization, preferring to maintain existing frameworks even when evidence demands revision. For David's family, the arrest was catastrophic. His wife and children found their lives instantly transformed. From mundane normalcy to the nightmare of learning that husband and father was an accused serial killer. They became targets of media attention, public curiosity, and probably suspicion. How much did they know? Should they have seen signs? Were they complicit or genuinely oblivious? The evidence suggests they were victims too. Victims of David's deception, living with a predator who compartmentalized so successfully that even intimate family members remained unaware. He maintained separate lives with practiced ease, the loving family man persona requiring no more effort than the helpful taxi driver persona. both masks disguising the killer underneath. The investigation accelerated following his arrest. Police executed search warrants on his home and vehicle, looking for evidence connecting him to specific crimes. They conducted extensive interviews, both with David himself and with anyone who might provide information about his movements, behavior, or potential additional victims. David initially denied everything. When confronted with evidence, he deflected, offering explanations and alternative theories. But as the case strengthened, DNA matches, witness identifications, forensic evidence, his denials became less tenable. The investigators had built a comprehensive case, methodically connecting him to crime after crime through physical evidence, testimony, and the geographic pattern of offenses. What eventually emerged through interrogations and evidence analysis was a fuller picture of David's methodology and psychology. He selected victims deliberately, targeting women he perceived as disposable sex workers and others marginalized by poverty and addiction. His targeting reflected both opportunity and contempt. These women worked in locations he accessed easily through his taxi driving. Their circumstances made them vulnerable, and his clear belief that society wouldn't vigorously pursue justice for them had been at least partially vindicated by how long he'd operated undetected. The rape was about power and degradation. The murders were about eliminating witnesses and asserting absolute dominance. The disposal of bodies in remote locations demonstrated his view of victims as objects to be used and discarded. Every aspect of his crimes reflected a profound dehumanization of his victims, reducing complex human beings to targets for his violence. Psychological evaluation, both during investigation and later trial proceedings, attempted to understand David's motivations. What creates a serial killer? The question has no simple answer. Most serial offenders show histories of childhood trauma, abuse, or disruption. Many display early warning signs: cruelty to animals, escalating antisocial behavior, sexual violence that intensifies over time. David's background revealed some typical indicators. He'd grown up in difficult circumstances, though not dramatically different from many others who never become violent offenders. His early adult life showed no obvious red flags that would have predicted his future crimes. The violence seemed to escalate in his 30s, coinciding with his taxi driving career and the access it provided. One theory suggested opportunism played a crucial role. The combination of mobility, access to vulnerable victims, and extensive knowledge of disposal locations created conditions where someone with predatory inclinations could act on them with reduced risk. David might have harbored violent sexual fantasies for years before circumstances allowed him to actualize them without immediate consequence. Each successful attack likely reinforced the behavior. He killed, wasn't caught, and experienced the combination of sexual gratification, power fulfillment, and confidence that comes from getting away with extreme transgression. The psychological reward strengthened the pattern, while the lack of punishment removed inhibition. Over time, the crimes became routine, no longer extraordinary acts requiring psychological buildup, but simply part of his life rhythm. This normalization of horror is perhaps the most disturbing aspect. David didn't commit 17+ murders in a frenzied compulsive spree. He spread them across years, interspersing violence with ordinary life. He could murder someone, dispose of the body, and then go home to have dinner with his family, all without apparent psychological distress. The compartmentalization was absolute. As the investigation cataloged his crimes, the full scope emerged. At least 17 confirmed victims, though investigators suspected more bodies might remain undiscovered or unidentified. The timeline stretched back to at least 2001, possibly earlier. The geographic range centered on Matamal but extended to surrounding areas wherever his taxi routes took him. Each confirmed victim represented a separate case requiring evidence gathering, witness interviews, and forensic analysis. The prosecution would need to prove not just that murders occurred, but that David specifically committed them. This meant linking him to each victim through DNA evidence, testimony, circumstantial evidence, or confessions. Some cases had stronger evidence than others. Victims from more recent crimes yielded better forensic evidence. DNA samples that could be definitively matched to David, witness sightings placing him with victims shortly before they disappeared, physical evidence from crime scenes linking to his vehicle or person. Older cases presented greater challenges. Bodies found years after death and severely decomposed offered limited forensic evidence. Witnesses' memories faded. Physical evidence had degraded or been lost. But even for these cases, investigators worked to build prosecutable charges, determined that every victim would receive justice. The survivor testimony proved particularly crucial. Women who'd escaped David's attacks, who could identify him, describe his vehicle, and detail his methodologies provided powerful evidence. Their courage in coming forward, in facing their attacker and reliving trauma publicly, formed the foundation of the case. Without them, connecting David to specific incidents would have been exponentially harder. Prosecutors charged David with multiple counts of murder, rape, and kidnapping. The indictment was extensive, reflecting the scale of his crimes. The trial would be complex, potentially lasting months, involving numerous witnesses, extensive forensic evidence, and victim impact testimony from families who'd lost loved ones. But before trial, there would be pretrial proceedings, bail hearings, and legal maneuvering. David's defense attorneys faced the unenviable task of defending someone against overwhelming evidence of heinous crimes. Their ethical obligation was to provide zealous defense, to challenge evidence, to ensure proper legal procedures were followed. The bail hearing became an early flashpoint. Would David be released pending trial? The prosecution argued vehemently against bail. He was a flight risk, a danger to the community, and accused of crimes so severe that pretrial detention was warranted. The defense countered with arguments about presumption of innocence, his family ties, and his lack of previous convictions. The court sided with prosecution. David would remain in custody throughout the trial proceedings. Given the evidence and charge severity, releasing him would have posed unacceptable risk. He was transferred to prison to await trial. His freedom ended, though formal justice still lay months away. Media coverage intensified. The case attracted national attention as details emerged about the scope and duration of David's crimes. News outlets ran stories about the Matamal serial killer, profiling victims, interviewing investigators, and exploring how he'd evaded capture for so long. The coverage brought awareness but also sensationalism, sometimes prioritizing drama over dignified treatment of victims. For families of the deceased, the media attention created additional pain. Their private grief became public spectacle. Their loved ones were reduced to victims of the Matamal serial killer, their full lives overshadowed by how they died. Some families engaged with media, hoping to humanize their loved ones, to remind the public that these were real people with stories beyond their victimization. Others retreated from attention, processing their grief privately while the case progressed through legal channels. The range of responses reflected the impossibility of prescribing how people should handle such trauma. There's no right way to cope with learning your family member was murdered by a serial killer, that her final moments involved unspeakable violence, that her body was discarded like trash. As David sat in pretrial detention, the full weight of what awaited him must have become clear. The evidence was overwhelming. The charges were extensive. The public outcry demanded harsh punishment. His ordinary life was over, replaced by the reality of being exposed as a serial predator who'd terrorized his community for over a decade. The mask was finally gone, shattered beyond repair. David Randaccini, the unremarkable taxi driver, no longer existed. In his place was David Randaccini, the Matamal serial killer, a man who'd murdered at least 17 women, who'd raped and brutalized countless others, who'd turned trust into a weapon and used his position in the community to hunt human prey. The reckoning had arrived. Justice, delayed for so long by his careful concealment and society's indifference toward his victims, was finally within reach. The trial would lay bare every horrible detail, forcing public acknowledgement of crimes too long ignored. And when it concluded, David would face the consequences of the evil he'd inflicted for over a decade. The trial of David Randaccini began in 2014, transforming a courtroom into a chamber where horror was cataloged with clinical precision. The proceedings would span months, involving extensive testimony, forensic evidence, and the painstaking reconstruction of crimes committed across more than a decade. For families of victims, For survivors, for the community, the trial represented the painful but necessary process of holding David accountable for the destruction he'd wrought. The prosecution's case was comprehensive and methodical. They presented evidence connecting David to specific murders, DNA matches linking him to crime scenes and victims, testimony from survivors identifying him as their attacker, forensic evidence from his vehicle showing traces of victims' blood and biological material. The geographic pattern of crimes, the victimology, the disposal methods, all pointed unmistakably toward David as the perpetrator. Witness testimony formed the emotional core of the trial. Survivors took the stand, recounting in devastating detail the attacks they'd endured. They described accepting rides from David's taxi, the transition from normal passenger experience to nightmare as he drove away from populated areas, the violence he inflicted, and their desperate escapes. Their courage in testifying, facing their attacker, reliving trauma publicly, subjecting themselves to cross-examination, provided powerful evidence while demonstrating the human cost of David's crimes. Forensic experts explained DNA evidence, connecting samples from crime scenes to David's genetic profile with statistical certainty that left no reasonable doubt. They detailed findings from his vehicle, biological stains, fiber evidence, traces connecting to multiple victims. They presented autopsy reports for identified bodies, describing injuries consistent with violent assault and showing the manner of death in each case. The defense strategy focused on challenging evidence quality and questioning certainty of victim identification. They highlighted decomposition issues that complicated forensic analysis, pointed to gaps in the chain of custody for evidence, and attempted to introduce reasonable doubt wherever possible. But the sheer volume and consistency of evidence made meaningful challenge difficult. The case against David wasn't based on single pieces of evidence, but on a comprehensive web connecting him irrefutably to multiple crimes. Family members provided victim impact statements, transforming abstract case numbers into human stories. They shared memories of daughters, sisters, mothers, their personalities, dreams, struggles, and loves. They described years of searching, of hoping against reason, of the crushing grief when remains were identified. They spoke of children growing up without mothers, of parents burying children, of the irreparable holes torn in families. These testimonies forced acknowledgement that David's victims weren't just statistics or case files, but real people whose lives had value and meaning. The dehumanization David had practiced, seeing his victims as disposable objects, was countered by detailed portraits of their humanity. They were women who'd laughed, loved, struggled, and hoped. They were human beings whose murders demanded justice. The prosecution presented evidence for 17 murder charges, though they acknowledged the true victim count might be higher. Some bodies remained unidentified. Some women had disappeared under suspicious circumstances, but without recovered remains to confirm death. The 17 represented confirmed cases with sufficient evidence for prosecution, but investigators believe David's killing spree likely claimed additional victims who would never be accounted for. Throughout the trial, David maintained a quiet demeanor. He showed little emotion as evidence was presented, as survivors described his attacks, as families confronted him with their grief. This absence of reaction, no remorse, no dramatic outbursts, no visible shame, reinforced the assessment of him as a cold, calculating predator for whom victims had never registered as fully human. Psychological testimony explored David's mental state, attempting to explain the mindset behind serial predation. Experts discussed psychopathy, antisocial personality disorder, and the psychological factors that enable serial violence. But these clinical explanations, while academically interesting, couldn't truly answer the fundamental question burning in everyone's mind. How could someone do this? The question assumes violence of this magnitude requires extraordinary psychological deviation, that normal human psychology includes inherent barriers preventing such behavior. But David's ordinariness challenged this comfortable assumption. He wasn't psychotic or detached from reality. He functioned normally in society, maintaining relationships and responsibilities. His evil wasn't madness, it was choice, repeated thousands of times across years of predation. This ordinariness, this banality, makes David's crimes more disturbing, not less. We want monsters to be inhuman, to exist outside the normal spectrum of human psychology. When they look and function like everyone else, it forces confrontation with darker truths about human nature. That capacity for extreme cruelty exists within the normal range of human psychology. That evil doesn't require psychological abnormality, just moral absence. As the trial progressed, the evidence became overwhelming. The defense had little to work with, no credible alternative suspects, no explanation for the DNA evidence, no reasonable innocent interpretation of the facts. Their client had murdered multiple women over many years. The evidence proved it beyond any reasonable doubt. In November 2014, the verdict was delivered. David Randichini was found guilty on multiple counts of murder, rape, and kidnapping. The judge's ruling was unequivocal. The evidence established beyond doubt that David had committed these crimes, that he was responsible for a campaign of violence that had terrorized the region for over a decade. The conviction brought relief mixed with continued grief. Justice had been achieved in the legal sense. David would be held accountable. But no verdict could restore the lives he'd taken. No sentence could repair the trauma inflicted on survivors or heal the grief of bereaved families. Justice could punish the perpetrator but couldn't undo the harm. Sentencing came next, the determination of appropriate punishment for crimes so extensive and heinous. South African law allowed for multiple life sentences, with the possibility of declaring David a dangerous criminal and imposing special conditions ensuring he'd never be released. The prosecution argued for maximum sentences, emphasizing the number of victims, the brutality of crimes, the vulnerable nature of victims he'd deliberately targeted, and the extended duration of his killing spree. They requested life imprisonment for each murder conviction, to be served consecutively rather than concurrently, effectively ensuring David would die in prison. The defense pleaded for mercy, citing David's age, his family, his lack of previous convictions. They requested concurrent sentences, which would allow for eventual parole possibility. Their arguments felt hollow against the magnitude of his crimes. How does one argue for leniency for 17 murders? The judge's sentence reflected the severity of David's crimes. He received multiple life sentences for the murders, along with additional lengthy sentences for rape and kidnapping convictions. The sentences would run consecutively for multiple counts, ensuring David would never experience freedom again. He would spend the remainder of his life in prison, growing old and dying behind bars. For families and survivors present at sentencing, the outcome brought mixed emotions. Relief that David would never harm anyone again, satisfaction that justice was served, but also the hollow recognition that no punishment could truly balance the scales. Their loved ones remained dead. The trauma remained. David's imprisonment couldn't resurrect the murdered or erase the survivor's pain. The case's conclusion prompted broader reflection on the failures that had allowed David to operate undetected for so long. How had a serial killer murdered at least 17 women over a decade without being caught sooner? The uncomfortable answers revealed systemic problems in how society values certain lives and responds to crimes against marginalized populations. David deliberately selected victims from populations society often neglects: sex workers, women struggling with addiction, those living on society's economic margins. His calculation proved tragically correct for years. Missing persons reports from these communities received less urgent attention. Bodies found in remote areas weren't immediately connected into a pattern. The investigation that should have intensified after the first few victims instead languished because the victims didn't fit profiles that triggered maximum police response. This differential valuing of victims, where some lives are treated as more worthy of protection and justice than others, enabled David's extended killing spree. Had his victims been middle-class professionals or students from stable families, the response would likely have been dramatically different. Public pressure would have mounted faster. Resources would have been allocated earlier. The pattern would have been identified sooner. But David's victims were women many people had written off, women whose death society had been conditioned to view as somehow less tragic, less urgent, less worthy of intensive investigation. This prejudice, this hierarchy of victimhood, gave David cover to continue killing while families desperately searched and communities remained largely oblivious to the predator moving among them. The case forced uncomfortable conversations about these systemic failures. Advocacy groups highlighting violence against sex workers used David's crimes as evidence that marginalized women face both higher risk and lower protection. They demanded policy changes ensuring missing persons cases receive equal attention regardless of victim demographics, that crimes against vulnerable populations trigger appropriate investigative responses. Law enforcement agencies reviewed their protocols, examining how cases involving missing sex workers or marginalized women were handled. The review revealed gaps, insufficient resources allocated to these cases, assumptions that disappearances might be voluntary, delays in connecting related incidents into patterns. Reforms were recommended, though implementation remained inconsistent. The media's role also faced scrutiny. Coverage of David's crimes had been extensive, but earlier, when women were disappearing but before a suspect was identified, media attention had been minimal. The missing women hadn't generated headlines or public outcry. Their disappearances were noted briefly, if at all, then forgotten as news cycles moved on. Only when the arrest revealed a serial killer did their stories receive attention, and even then, the focus often centered more on David than on celebrating victims' lives or examining systemic failures. Some journalists and media outlets engaged in self-reflection, acknowledging they'd contributed to the problem by not covering early disappearances more prominently, by not connecting dots that might have generated public pressure for more aggressive investigation. Others defended their coverage, noting that thousands of people go missing annually and not all receive extensive media attention. For survivors of David's attacks, life after the trial meant navigating complex trauma. They'd survived horrific violence, endured the additional trauma of testifying publicly, and now faced the long process of psychological recovery. Some received counseling and support services. Others struggled with inadequate resources, dealing with PTSD, anxiety, and the disruption David's attack had caused in their lives. The physical scars healed. The psychological wounds remained open much longer. Survivors described hypervigilance, difficulty trusting others, recurring nightmares recreating their attacks. Simple activities like accepting rides became fraught with anxiety. The trauma rippled through every aspect of their lives: relationships, employment, mental health, sense of safety in the world. Support organizations provided what assistance they could, but resources were limited and the needs extensive. Each survivor required individualized care, therapy, sometimes medication, ongoing support as they rebuilt lives shattered by violence. Some successfully navigated recovery, finding ways to integrate the trauma into their life narratives without letting it completely define them. Others struggled more, the psychological damage proving as devastating as physical injuries. For families of victims, closure remained elusive despite the conviction and sentencing. They'd achieved justice in the legal sense. David was convicted and imprisoned. But justice doesn't resurrect the dead or fill the voids they leave behind. Mothers still grieve daughters they'd never see again. Children grew up without mothers, carrying wounds that would shape their entire lives. Siblings and extended family members processed losses that reverberated through generations. Some families found meaning in advocacy, working to raise awareness about violence against women, supporting policy reforms intended to better protect vulnerable populations, or assisting other families navigating similar tragedies. The activism provided purpose, transforming grief into action, ensuring their loved ones' deaths might contribute to preventing future violence. Others retreated from public attention, processing grief privately within family and friend networks. There's no prescribed correct way to handle such loss. Each family navigated their own path through the darkness, finding whatever meaning or peace they could construct from irreparable tragedy. The community of Matamal itself underwent a transformation. The revelation that a serial killer had operated among them for over a decade, that someone they'd known and trusted had committed such atrocities, shattered assumptions about safety and familiarity. The comfortable belief that extreme evil announces itself obviously, that monsters look monstrous, collapsed under the weight of David's ordinariness. Neighbors who'd lived near David, who'd exchanged pleasantries and observed his seemingly normal family life, struggled to reconcile their memories with the truth of his crimes. How had they not seen signs? Should they have noticed something wrong? The cognitive dissonance created collective anxiety. If David could hide such evil behind an ordinary exterior, who else might be concealing dark secrets? This paranoia gradually faded as time passed and life resumed its normal rhythms. But the case left permanent marks on the community's psychology. Parents became more cautious about their children accepting rides. Women working in vulnerable situations increased their precautions. The general sense of safety that comes from familiarity was replaced by wary awareness that danger can wear familiar faces. The taxi industry in the region also faced scrutiny. David's use of his taxi as a hunting tool raised questions about safety protocols, driver vetting, and passenger protection. Industry groups implemented reforms, enhanced background checks, reporting systems for passenger complaints, awareness campaigns about identifying legitimate licensed taxis versus informal operators. These reforms provided some improvement, though systemic challenges remained. The informal nature of much taxi operation in South Africa, combined with economic pressures and regulatory gaps, meant that completely eliminating risk was impossible. But the awareness generated by David's crimes led to meaningful improvements that likely prevented some future victimization. Years after his conviction, David remains imprisoned, his life now defined entirely by the crimes he committed. He's aged behind bars, transformed from the 40-something taxi driver who terrorized Matamal into an elderly inmate serving multiple life sentences. He will never leave prison. He will die there, his name forever synonymous with serial predation and the suffering he inflicted. Does he feel remorse? The question haunts those who study such cases. Has time and consequence generated genuine recognition of the harm he caused? Or does he remain the same cold predator who showed no emotion throughout his trial? The answer likely matters more to observers than to victims. Genuine remorse couldn't undo the murders or heal the trauma, but it would at least confirm some spark of humanity remained, some capacity for moral recognition, however belated. The evidence suggests David remains largely unchanged. Prison reports indicate he's been a quiet, compliant inmate, causing no problems but also showing no signs of the dramatic psychological transformation that might indicate genuine remorse. He exists in prison much as he existed in free society. Unremarkable, quiet, keeping to himself, the ordinariness maintained even in circumstances anything but ordinary. His case became a subject of study for criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement professionals examining serial predation. Academic papers analyzed his methodology, victimology, and the systemic failures enabling his extended killing spree. Law enforcement agencies incorporated lessons from his case into training programs about identifying and investigating serial crimes, particularly those targeting marginalized victims. True crime media extensively covered the case. Documentaries, podcasts, articles exploring every aspect of David's crimes and their aftermath. This coverage served dual purposes, satisfying public fascination with serial killers while raising awareness about the real-world impact of such violence. The best coverage centered victim stories and systemic issues. The worst sensationalized violence and glorified the killer. For the 17 confirmed victims and the unknown number of additional women who likely died at David's hands, their stories deserve remembrance beyond how they died. They were human beings whose lives had value far exceeding their victimization. They loved and were loved. They had dreams, personalities, struggles, and moments of joy. They mattered not because of how they died, but because of how they lived. Their names, when known, should be spoken. Their memories should be honored. And their deaths should serve as urgent reminders that every life has value, that society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members enables predators like David Randaccini, and that justice requires not just punishing perpetrators but addressing the systemic conditions that make certain people targets in the first place. David Randaccini drove a taxi through Matamal for years, offering rides that should have meant safety but instead meant death. He weaponized trust, exploited vulnerability, and operated with impunity for over a decade because society had decided his victims didn't matter enough to protect. Their deaths indict not just David, but the collective failures that enabled him. The case stands as testament to several enduring truths about serial violence. Predators often hide in plain sight, camouflaged by ordinariness and social position. Victims from marginalized communities face both higher risk and lower protection. Systemic prejudices about whose life matters shape investigative responses and enable extended killing sprees. And evil doesn't require obvious abnormality. Sometimes it just requires absence of empathy combined with opportunity. David Randaccini will die in prison, his remaining years a slow decline into elderly irrelevance. His victims remain dead, their lives cut short by his violence. Their families continue processing grief that time softens but never fully heals. The survivors live with trauma that shapes but hopefully doesn't completely define their futures. And Matamal, like every community touched by serial violence, carries permanent scars from learning that monsters sometimes look like everyone else. The story of the Matamal serial killer isn't just about one man's crimes. It's about all the lives he destroyed, all the systemic failures that enabled him, and all the uncomfortable truths his case forces us to confront about how society values different lives and responds to violence against the vulnerable. It's about the banality of evil, the ordinariness of monsters, and the urgent necessity of protecting those society too often treats as disposable. And it's a reminder that justice, while necessary and important, cannot undo the harm of violence. It can only punish perpetrators and perhaps prevent future crimes. The real work, protecting vulnerable populations, addressing systemic inequities, ensuring every life receives equal value and protection, requires ongoing effort far beyond any single trial or conviction. David Randaccini's reign of terror ended with his arrest in 2013, but the consequences of his crimes continue rippling through families, survivors, and communities to this day. The dead remain dead, the traumatized continue healing, the systems that failed them remain imperfect. And the lessons of this case, about predators, about vulnerability, about whose life society protects and whose it doesn't, remain urgently relevant. Some men don't just cross lines, they erase them entirely. David Randaccini erased the line between trusted community member and serial predator, between taxi driver and killer, between ordinary and monstrous. He proved that evil doesn't announce itself with warning signs visible to all. Sometimes it just unlocks the passenger door, smiles, and asks where you're heading. And sometimes, for 17 women at minimum, that question was the last normal moment before nightmare descended. Their stories, their lives, their memories. These matter more than the man who killed them. They deserve to be remembered not as victims of the Matamal serial killer, but as human beings whose lives had worth, whose deaths demand justice, and whose memories call us to build a world where no one is disposable, where every life matters equally, and where predators find fewer shadows to hide within. This is the story of David Randaccini. But more importantly, it's the story of the women he killed, the survivors who escaped him, the families who lost loved ones, and the community that learned the hardest possible way that evil wears ordinary faces and that protecting the vulnerable requires more than good intentions. It requires action, vigilance, and a fundamental commitment to the principle that every life has equal value. The taxi has long since been impounded, processed for evidence, and likely destroyed. The roads David drove still carry traffic. Matamal continues its daily rhythms. Life moves forward because it must. But the case remains, a dark chapter in the community's history, a cautionary tale about predators and systemic failures, and a memorial to lives cut short by violence that should have been prevented. Justice was served. David Randaccini will never harm anyone again. But justice, however necessary, feels insufficient against the magnitude of loss. 17 lives at minimum were extinguished. Countless others were traumatized. Families were shattered. And the comfortable illusions about safety and the obviousness of evil were destroyed. What remains is memory, responsibility, and the ongoing work of ensuring such failures don't repeat. The dead deserve that much. The survivors deserve that much. And the vulnerable populations still at risk deserve a society that protects them with the same vigor it protects those already privileged by circumstance. This is the legacy of the Matamal serial killer. Not just a story about one man's crimes, but a call to confront systemic failures, protect the vulnerable, and build a world where every life truly matters equally. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4: The Railway Killer. Some predators don't hide in shadows, they schedule appointments. Tonight, we're tracking a killer who turned America's railroads into hunting grounds. But this wasn't some drifter stumbling through the night. This was a man who studied his prey, who planned his massacres with the precision of a surgeon, who could stand over a dying body one moment and vanish into the American landscape the next like smoke through fingers. His name still makes homicide detectives go quiet. Angel Maturino Resendez. The FBI called him the Railway Killer. His victims called him nothing, because by the time they realized what he was, their voices had already been silenced forever. For years, he rode the steel veins of America, dropping off boxcars into quiet college towns and suburbs where people still left their doors unlocked, where jogging trails wound through woods, where a friendly face asking for water wouldn't raise an alarm. He killed in Texas, in Kentucky, in Illinois, in California. 9 confirmed murders, maybe more that we'll never know about, because when you're a ghost riding the rails, your body count becomes as fluid as your identity. But here's what made Resendez different from every other serial killer you've studied, every monster you've tried to understand. He wasn't running from the law. Not really. He was negotiating with it, playing a game so twisted that even now, 2 decades after his execution, criminologists still can't fully explain the psychology behind it. This is the story of how one man weaponized America's railroad system, turned mobility into murder, and almost got away with it because nobody was looking for a killer who could be in 3 states in a single day. This is the story of the victims who never saw him coming, the survivors who carry his violence in their bones, and the sister who ultimately brought him down. The rails are quiet tonight, but once upon a time, they carried something far worse than freight. Let's hunt a monster who made an entire nation his killing floor. The railroad tracks stretch across America like surgical scars, 22,000 miles of steel connecting cities, cutting through backyards, splitting small towns in half. Most people see them as industrial relics, background noise to modern life. But for the men and women who ride the rails, the hobos, the drifters, the invisible people, those tracks represent freedom. No tickets, no ID checks, no paper trail, just you and the rhythm of wheels on steel, carrying you anywhere geography allows. Angel Maturino Resendez understood this better than most. He was born in Izúcar de Matamoros, Mexico, in 1959, into poverty so grinding it doesn't translate well into American understanding. We're talking about a childhood where hunger wasn't occasional, it was the baseline, where opportunity was something that happened to other people's children. His mother struggled. His father was absent. By the time Resendez was a teenager, he'd already learned the most dangerous lesson a young man can absorb: that the world doesn't care whether you live or die, so you might as well take what you need. The trains called to him early. They represented escape from a life that had been decided for him before birth. So he learned their language, which lines ran where, which yards had lighter security, how to time a jump onto a moving car, how to wedge yourself into spaces where you wouldn't be noticed. The rails became his education, his profession, his identity. He started crossing into the United States illegally in his late teens. Border Patrol caught him, deported him. He came back. They caught him again, deported him again. This cycle repeated itself more than a dozen times over the decades. They'd send him south. He'd ride north. The border was a joke to him, just another obstacle that the rails could defeat. American law enforcement would later realize they'd been catching and releasing a serial killer for 20 years, sending him back to Mexico only to have him return and kill again. But that knowledge came too late for the people who would meet him on the wrong day, at the wrong hour, when his darkness was fully awake. By the 1990s, Resendez had evolved. The petty thief, the border jumper, the transient, he was still all those things. But something else had emerged. Something that had always been there, perhaps, waiting for the right combination of opportunity and isolation to reveal itself. He discovered he could kill. More importantly, he discovered he liked it. His method was almost elegant in its simplicity. He'd ride the rails into a town, always somewhere smallish, somewhere the tracks ran close to residential areas. He'd hop off, scout around, find a target. Sometimes it was a house near the tracks. Sometimes it was someone walking alone. He preferred blunt objects, hammers, tire irons, railroad spikes, things he could find, use, and discard. Things that made the FBI's job exponentially harder because the murder weapon was never special, never traceable, just whatever heavy object was within reach. The violence itself was extraordinary. We're not talking about quick, efficient murders. Resendez beat his victims with such ferocity that medical examiners would later testify they'd never seen cranial trauma that severe. He shattered skulls. He broke bones through sheer repetitive force. He kept hitting long after life had fled, as if the act of killing itself fed something inside him that couldn't be satisfied with mere death. Then he'd disappear, back to the tracks, into a boxcar, gone before the bodies cooled. By the time police arrived at the scene, he could be 2 states away, riding through the night while investigators scrambled to process evidence that led nowhere because he'd left nothing behind but blood and destruction. The first murder we can definitively attribute to him happened in 1997, though many criminologists suspect his true body count started earlier. We just don't have the evidence. Serial killers don't emerge fully formed. They practice. They refine. They learn what works. How many nameless victims lie buried in unsolved case files, killed by a man who was deported and forgotten before anyone connected the dots. But 1997, that's when Resendez stopped being careful about leaving witnesses. Jesse Howell and Wendy Von Heuben were young, in love, and deeply religious. They'd gone to visit the railroad killer's future hunting ground, the tracks near Ocala, Florida. They were planning their wedding, talking about their future, when Resendez found them. He beat them both to death with a blunt object, left their bodies near the rails, and vanished. The crime was savage, motiveless from any rational perspective. They had nothing worth stealing. They posed no threat to him. But that was never what this was about. Resendez killed because killing gave him a sense of power that nothing else in his fractured life could provide. Here was a man who'd been poor, illegal, unwanted his entire existence. Society had told him he didn't matter. But when he held that weapon, when he stood over someone begging for mercy, when he brought that metal down again and again until the begging stopped, in those moments he mattered more than anyone else in the world. He was God. He controlled life and death, the ultimate power, and the rails gave him the perfect escape route every single time. 3 months later, Christopher Meyer, a 21-year-old University of Kentucky student, was walking with his girlfriend near railroad tracks in Gorham, Kentucky. It was a warm summer evening. They were talking, laughing, enjoying being young and alive. Resendez came out of nowhere. He attacked Christopher with a piece of wood, beat him to death while the girlfriend watched in frozen horror. Then he sexually assaulted her, bound her, left her for dead. But she survived. And for the first time, there was a witness who could describe the killer. She told police about a dark-haired man, Latino, with dead eyes that showed no emotion even while committing unspeakable violence. She described how methodical he was, how calm, like he'd done this before, like he'd do it again. The FBI started paying attention. Multiple murders near railroad tracks, spread across different states, all following the same pattern. Extreme violence, blunt force trauma, victims targeted near the rails. A killer who moved like smoke and struck like a hammer. They designated him an official serial killer and began coordinating between jurisdictions. But coordination takes time. And Resendez had perfected the art of moving faster than bureaucracy could track. December 1998, Dr. Claudia Benton, a brilliant physician working at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, was found murdered in her home near railroad tracks. Raped, beaten to death, her house ransacked. She was 45, accomplished, beloved, and she'd had the misfortune of living close enough to the rails that Resendez spotted her house during one of his scouting missions. He broke in through a door she'd left unlocked, because who expects a monster to come riding the rails into your suburban Houston neighborhood? And turned her bedroom into an abattoir. This time, he left evidence. Fingerprints. The FBI ran them through AFIS, the automated fingerprint identification system, and got a hit. Angel Maturino Resendez, also known as Rafael Resendez Ramirez, also known by half a dozen other aliases. A man they'd deported repeatedly, a man who kept coming back. Now they had a name, now they had a face, now they knew exactly who they were hunting. But knowing who and catching who are universes apart when your suspect treats international borders like chalk lines and has 22,000 miles of railroad track to disappear into. The manhunt intensified. The FBI distributed his photo. They warned communities along major rail lines. They contacted border agents, police departments, homeless shelters, anyone who might spot him. America was finally waking up to the fact that a serial killer had been riding their railroads like a personal assassination vehicle, and they'd missed it for years because nobody had connected the dots across state lines. Resendez responded the way apex predators always do when they sense pursuit. He accelerated. If they were going to catch him anyway, he'd make them pay in bodies for every day of freedom he had left. May 1999, Norman Skip Cernick and Karen Cernick, a couple in their 60s, were murdered in their home near railroad tracks in Weimar, Texas, beaten to death. Their house destroyed in a frenzy of violence. They'd been married for decades, retired, enjoying the quiet years they'd earned. Resendez took all of that away in one night of methodical brutality. The FBI was closing in, but not fast enough. Every murder location got swarmed with agents, but by then, Resendez was already gone, riding away while investigators photographed blood spatter and collected evidence that would only confirm what they already knew. The railway killer had struck again. The psychology of Resendez during this period fascinates criminal experts even today. Most serial killers, when they know law enforcement is hunting them, either go to ground and stop killing, or they accelerate toward a suicidal endgame. Resendez did neither. He kept killing at his own pace, methodically, as if the manhunt was irrelevant to his plans. He wasn't spiraling. He wasn't panicking. He was simply continuing his work, moving from town to town, leaving bodies behind like signatures. What kind of mind operates that way? What combination of narcissism, sociopathy, and rage allows someone to remain calm while every cop in America is looking for them? The answer, we'd later discover, was more disturbing than anyone imagined. Resendez genuinely believed he was special, that he had a destiny, that God himself had chosen him for this mission. The extreme religious imagery in some of his murders, victims posed in specific ways, religious items stolen or desecrated, these weren't random choices. Resendez saw himself as an angel of death, literally. He believed his murders served a higher purpose that mortal law enforcement couldn't touch. Delusion mixed with violence is the most dangerous combination human psychology can produce, because reason can't reach it, fear can't stop it. The normal restraints that keep most of us from becoming monsters don't apply when you've convinced yourself that monstrosity is divine calling. The rails kept carrying him forward, and the body count kept rising. June 1999 became the month when America realized the railway killer wasn't slowing down. He was reaching a crescendo. The FBI had his name, his face, his fingerprints in the system. He was on the 10 most wanted list. His photo appeared on news programs, in newspapers, on wanted posters in police stations across the Southwest. And still, he killed. Noemi Dominguez, 26 years old, was found murdered in her apartment in Houston. She lived near the railroad tracks, like so many of his victims. The pattern was becoming grotesquely predictable. Proximity to rails, extreme violence, a killer who materialized like vapor and dissolved back into the American landscape before anyone could respond. Noemi had her whole life ahead of her. She had dreams, people who loved her, a future that existed in potential until Resendez decided her proximity to his escape route meant she had to die. The investigation was drowning in evidence but starving for leads. They knew who he was. They knew what he did. They knew roughly where he traveled. But the sheer scope of the railroad network made interdiction nearly impossible. You can't guard 22,000 miles of track. You can't search every boxcar, every freight train, every tangled switchyard. The rails had been built for commerce, not law enforcement. They cut through wilderness behind industrial parks, through areas where nobody was watching. For a killer who wanted to stay mobile and invisible, it was perfect infrastructure. But Resendez made a mistake that June, one that would eventually contribute to his downfall, though nobody realized it at the time. He murdered Reverend Norman J. Cernick and Karen Cernick in Weimar, Texas. I mentioned them earlier, but the details of this crime scene need to be understood to grasp how completely Resendez had abandoned any pretense of caution. The Cernicks were good people, the kind of couple that forms the backbone of small-town America. Norman was a Methodist minister who dedicated his life to helping others. Karen was a retired teacher. They lived in a modest house that happened to be, you can already guess, near the railroad tracks. Resendez didn't just kill them. He spent hours in their house. He ate their food. He showered. He changed clothes. He went through their belongings methodically, taking what he wanted, destroying what he didn't. When investigators arrived, they found the Cernicks beaten to death with such force that identification through facial features was impossible. The violence went beyond murder into annihilation, as if Resendez needed to erase them from existence, not just end their lives. But he left fingerprints everywhere. On doorknobs, on furniture, on dishes in the kitchen. It was almost as if he didn't care anymore, or more disturbingly, as if he wanted them to know it was him. As if the fear he could generate from the public knowing he was still out there, still killing, still untouchable, fed something in his psyche even more than the murders themselves. The FBI profilers were pulling their hair out trying to understand his psychology. Serial killers generally fit into typologies, organized or disorganized, mission-oriented or hedonistic, power-focused or rage-driven. Resendez shattered these categories. He was organized enough to evade capture across multiple states and years, yet disorganized enough to leave evidence all over crime scenes. He claimed religious motivation, yet his murders showed clear sexual and power components. He could be meticulous in planning his approach to a victim's house, yet frenzied in the actual murder, beating people far beyond what was necessary to kill them. One profiler described him as compartmentalized chaos, someone who could maintain just enough control to function and travel and plan, but who dissolved into pure violence once the killing started. Like a machine that runs smoothly until you flip a switch, and then every gear strips itself simultaneously. The media was having a field day. Railway killer strikes again became a recurring headline. News programs ran special segments. America's fascination with serial killers, that dark tourism of the soul where we can't look away from the worst humanity has to offer, was in full swing. And Resendez, whether he knew it or not, was becoming infamous. His name joined the pantheon of American monsters. Bundy, Gacy, Dahmer, Resendez. But while the media turned him into a boogeyman and the FBI chased his shadow, the people living near railroad tracks across the South and Midwest were terrified. Hardware stores sold out of deadbolts. People who'd never locked their doors suddenly installed security systems. Parents kept kids away from the tracks. The rails, which had always been just background infrastructure, suddenly became ominous. Every passing freight train a potential carrier of death. And then, in the midst of this nationwide manhunt, something unexpected happened. Resendez started communicating. Not with the FBI, that would come later, in perhaps the strangest negotiation in American criminal justice history, but with people he encountered. Witnesses who survived meeting him reported that he would sometimes talk, not just bark orders or threaten. He'd tell them about his divine mission, about how God had chosen him, about how the people he killed were sacrifices necessary for some cosmic purpose only he understood. One survivor, a woman he broke in on but ultimately didn't kill, reported that Resendez spent nearly an hour talking to her about angels and demons, about how the world was locked in spiritual warfare, about how he was a soldier in that war. Then he tied her up, robbed her house, and left. She lived because, in that moment, whatever criteria he used to decide who lived and who died swung in her favor. Luck, chance. The inscrutable calculus of a broken mind. That survivor's testimony gave investigators crucial insight. Resendez wasn't just a killer. He was a man in the grip of a delusional system so complete that it justified any atrocity. He'd constructed a reality where his murders had meaning, where the violence served a purpose beyond his own gratification. This made him exponentially more dangerous because there was no appealing to his humanity. He transcended humanity in his own mind. He was an instrument of divine will, and you don't negotiate with angels. The FBI's behavioral analysis unit started working on a different approach. If Resendez believed he was on a mission, if he saw himself as special, then maybe, just maybe, he could be convinced to come in under the right circumstances. Not surrender exactly, but a cessation of hostilities where he maintained his sense of importance and power. It was a long shot, but when you're chasing a ghost across America's railroad network, long shots are all you have. Meanwhile, the body count continued. Josephine Convica, 73 years old, was murdered in her home in Fayette County, Texas. Again, the location, near railroad tracks. Again, the method, beaten to death with savage force. Again, the timeline, Resendez was already states away before her body was discovered. George Morber, 80, and Carolyn Frederick, 52, were murdered in Gorham, Illinois. The brutality was escalating. Resendez wasn't just killing anymore, he was destroying. Crime scene photos showed such extensive cranial trauma that investigators who'd worked homicides for decades had to step outside and compose themselves. This was rage given physical form. This was what happens when a human being abandons every restraint, every shred of empathy, and reduces another person to meat. The geographic spread was dizzying. Texas, Kentucky, Illinois, California, the man was covering thousands of miles, and the timeline between murders was sometimes just weeks. Freight trains moved fast, and Resendez had become a master of the system. He knew which lines connected where, which yards were busy enough that one more drifter wouldn't be noticed, how to time his arrivals so he'd drop into towns during hours when he could scout undisturbed. Imagine being a detective in a small Texas town, trying to solve a murder that you know is connected to 6 others across 4 states, knowing the killer could be anywhere from San Diego to Chicago, knowing every day you spend processing evidence is another day he's riding toward his next victim. The frustration must have been crushing. But every serial killer makes mistakes. They all believe they're smarter than everyone else, that their system is unbeatable. And that hubris eventually creates openings. Resendez's opening was about to arrive from the most unexpected source imaginable. His own family. His sister, Manuela, lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico. She'd watched her brother transform from troubled kid to violent criminal to nationwide nightmare. She'd seen his face on television, on wanted posters, in newspapers. She knew what he'd become, and she was terrified, not just of him, but for the people who would die if he wasn't stopped. The FBI didn't know Manuela existed yet. They had Resendez's aliases, his fingerprints, his pattern of movement. But family connections? Those were harder to trace, especially when you're dealing with someone who'd lived half his life under different names, and whose family relationships were complicated by poverty, distance, and immigration status. Manuela struggled with what to do. Turn in her own brother? Become the person who sends him to death row? The cultural and familial implications were enormous. In many Latino families, family loyalty isn't just important, it's foundational. You protect your blood even when your blood is poison. But she kept seeing the victims on TV, kept imagining the terror they felt in their final moments, kept thinking about the families destroyed by her brother's compulsion. And she made a choice that would change everything. She reached out to a local reporter, a woman named Lisa Guerrero who'd been covering the railway killer case extensively. Manuela told Guerrero she could deliver Resendez, but she had conditions. She wanted guarantees about his treatment. She wanted assurances he wouldn't be killed resisting arrest. She wanted, in essence, to arrange his surrender in a way that preserved his life, if not his freedom. This information made its way to the FBI, and suddenly the game changed completely. They had leverage. They had a line of communication, and they had a chance to end the railway killer's reign without more bodies stacking up along the tracks. But negotiating with a serial killer through his sister? Convincing a man who believed he was an angel of death to surrender? That would require a strategy unlike anything the FBI had attempted before. The hunt was entering its final phase, and what happened next would become one of the most controversial surrenders in American criminal justice history. The negotiations were surreal from the start. Here was the FBI, an institution built on authority and force, sitting down to bargain with a man who'd brutalized at least 9 people. Possibly more, because his sister said she could convince him to turn himself in. The Bureau wasn't accustomed to asking permission from family members to arrest serial killers. But the railway killer case was different. Resendez wasn't cornered. He wasn't trapped. He was still out there, still mobile, still capable of killing again before any tactical team could reach him. They needed to try something unprecedented. Special Agent Drew Carter became the point person for this delicate dance. Carter was experienced, methodical, and, crucially, willing to think outside the traditional law enforcement playbook. He understood that with someone like Resendez, who'd successfully evaded capture for years despite being on every watch list imaginable, conventional approaches would fail. You couldn't outrun him on the rails. You couldn't predict where he'd surface next. But maybe, just maybe, you could convince him that surrender was his destiny, that it fit into whatever delusional narrative he'd constructed for himself. Carter started meeting with Manuela regularly. These weren't interrogations, they were conversations, relationship-building sessions where Carter worked to understand the family dynamics, to grasp what might motivate Resendez to stop running. Manuela was clear. Her brother believed deeply in his own importance, in his mission. He saw himself as chosen, special, beyond normal rules. Any attempt to capture him through force would likely result in a shootout where he'd die or kill others in the process. But if they could approach this differently, if they could frame his surrender as a choice he was making rather than a defeat being imposed on him, there might be a chance. The conditions Manuela laid out were extensive. Resendez wouldn't surrender on U.S. soil initially. He wanted to cross into Mexico first, turn himself in to Mexican authorities, then be extradited back to face American justice. This would allow him to feel he was controlling the narrative, making decisions rather than being captured. He also wanted guarantees about his treatment, assurances he wouldn't be beaten or abused in custody, and, most bizarrely, he wanted the surrender to be documented, filmed, turned into a spectacle that would cement his importance in criminal history. The FBI brass were skeptical. Letting a serial killer dictate terms? Allowing him to cross into Mexico where extradition could become complicated? Turning his arrest into a media event that would feed his narcissism? Every instinct trained into them said to reject these demands, to hunt him down and take him by force. But Agent Carter pushed back. He understood something crucial. With someone in the grip of a delusional system as complete as Resendez, you had to work within that system's logic. Resendez believed he was an angel, that his actions had cosmic significance. Fine. Let him believe his surrender also had cosmic significance. Let him think he was choosing to end his mission rather than being stopped. The goal wasn't to preserve his dignity. It was to prevent more murders while safely bringing him into custody. Throughout June 1999, while the public saw news reports about an ongoing manhunt and increasing reward money, behind the scenes, Agent Carter and Manuela were engaged in an elaborate psychological chess game. Manuela would reach out to her brother through intermediaries, people who could get messages to him as he moved through the Southwest. These messages emphasized family, emphasized the pain his actions were causing, but also, crucially, emphasized that he could end this on his terms, that he could write the final chapter of his story rather than having it written for him. Resendez's responses, relayed back through these intermediaries, were revealing. He wasn't showing remorse, not exactly, but he was showing exhaustion. Years of constant movement, always looking over his shoulder, always one step ahead of law enforcement, had worn him down. The manhunt meant he couldn't move freely anymore. Every train yard was a potential trap. Every town might have cops who recognized his face. The infrastructure that had protected him, the anonymity of the rails, the invisibility of transient populations, was compromised now that everyone was looking for him. More importantly, his delusions were shifting. Where once he'd believed his mission would continue indefinitely, now he was beginning to frame his eventual capture as predestined, as the natural conclusion to a divine narrative. He'd been the angel of death. Now he would be the angel martyred by an unjust world. It was a mental pivot that allowed him to consider surrender without seeing it as defeat. On July 13, 1999, after weeks of negotiation, the unprecedented happened. Angel Maturino Resendez walked across the international bridge from El Paso, Texas, to Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. He was accompanied by family members. He was not in handcuffs. And waiting for him on the Mexican side were authorities who'd agreed to take him into custody before beginning the extradition process. The FBI had agents everywhere, surveillance teams, tactical units ready to intervene if things went wrong, legal representatives to ensure Mexican cooperation. But they hung back, let it play out according to the negotiated terms. Carter had convinced his superiors that any show of force would spook Resendez, might cause him to rabbit back into the city's labyrinth. This had to look like his choice, his power, his decision. Resendez was arrested by Mexican authorities without incident. The railway killer, who'd terrorized America's rail system for years, who'd left bodies from California to Kentucky, simply walked into custody flanked by family while cameras rolled. It was bizarre. It was anticlimactic. It was absolutely unprecedented in the annals of serial killer captures. And the controversy erupted immediately. Victims' families were outraged. They'd wanted to see him hunted down, tackled, dragged away in chains. The idea that he'd been allowed to surrender on his terms, that the FBI had negotiated with him as if he were a hostage-taker rather than a mass murderer, felt like betrayal. Why should a man who'd shown his victims no mercy be granted the mercy of surrendering peacefully? Why should his comfort and psychological needs be considered when he'd never considered the terror he inflicted? Legal experts debated whether the FBI had set a dangerous precedent. Would other serial killers now expect to negotiate their surrenders? Had the Bureau inadvertently empowered future criminals by showing them that with the right leverage, in this case, continued ability to kill, they could dictate terms? But Carter defended the decision publicly and privately. Yes, it was unconventional. Yes, it went against every instinct law enforcement officers are trained to follow. But it worked. Resendez was in custody. No officers were harmed in his capture. No final desperate murders occurred as he tried to go out in a blaze of glory. And critically, he could now be tried, convicted, and sentenced for his crimes. The families would get their day in court. Justice would be served, even if the path to it had been twisted and strange. The extradition process moved quickly, surprisingly so, given the usual bureaucratic nightmare of international legal cooperation. Mexican authorities, who dealt with Resendez themselves over the years, were happy to send him north to face American justice. Within weeks, he was back on U.S. soil, this time in a Texas courtroom, facing capital murder charges. The trial, when it came, was almost a formality. The evidence was overwhelming. Fingerprints at multiple crime scenes, DNA linking him to sexual assaults, survivor testimony, his own sister's cooperation with authorities. The prosecution had enough evidence to convict him 10 times over, and Resendez's defense team knew it. But the trial also exposed the full horror of what he'd done in ways that news reports had only hinted at. Forensic pathologists described the injuries inflicted on victims with clinical precision that somehow made the brutality even more vivid. A medical examiner explained that one victim had been struck with a blunt object at least 40 times, 40 separate blows delivered with enough force to fracture bone, long after death would have occurred. That wasn't killing. That was rage made manifest, a storm of violence that went beyond any rational purpose. Survivors testified about their encounters with Resendez, about the dead emptiness in his eyes, about how he'd moved through their homes like he owned them, casual and unhurried even while committing atrocities. One woman described how he'd apologized to her before sexually assaulting her, as if the apology somehow made it acceptable, as if his remorse absolved the action even as he committed it. The disconnect was chilling. A man who could express understanding that what he was doing was wrong, yet do it anyway because his delusions told him it was necessary. Resendez himself testified, though his lawyers probably wished he hadn't. He spoke about his divine mission, about how God had chosen him as an instrument of judgment. He showed no genuine remorse for the murders, only regret that people didn't understand the spiritual significance of what he'd done. He described his victims as sacrifices, as necessary deaths in a cosmic war between good and evil that only he could perceive. The jury watched this testimony with expressions of barely concealed disgust. Here was a man who destroyed families, ended futures, inflicted suffering beyond measure, and he wanted them to believe it was all part of God's plan. that he was holy, not monstrous. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty on all counts. The sentencing phase was equally predictable. Death penalty. The judge, reading the sentence, did something unusual. He addressed Resendez directly, breaking from the normal formality of sentencing to tell him that whatever delusions he harbored about divine purpose, he would die not as an angel or a martyr, but as a murderer. That history would remember him only for the pain he'd caused, not for any imagined mission he'd been on. Resendez showed no visible reaction. He was led away to death row at the Polunsky unit in West Livingston, Texas, where he would spend the next 7 years awaiting execution. But even from death row, the railway killer wasn't quite finished making headlines. His appeals process revealed new details about potential victims investigators had never connected to him. Cold cases along rail lines across the country were being reopened, evidence re-examined. Had he killed more than 9 people? Almost certainly. How many more? We may never know. Some investigators believe the true count could be in the 20s or higher. Serial killers don't just start killing at peak efficiency. They practice, they evolve. The murders we know about, the ones where evidence definitively tied him to the scene, those represented years of refinement. How many earlier victims were there, killed when he was less sophisticated about leaving evidence? Bodies that were discovered but never connected to an itinerant rail rider who crossed borders like ghosts cross walls. The families of known victims finally had closure of a sort. At least they knew who had destroyed their loved ones. At least there would be a reckoning. But for the families of potential victims, people murdered near rail lines in cases that remain officially unsolved, there's only haunting suspicion. Was their mother, their sister, their daughter one of his? Or was that a different monster, a different set of tragedies? This is the lingering poison of serial killers. The uncertainty they leave in their wake. The questions that outlive even their executions. Death row at Polunsky unit is designed to break the spirit before the state breaks the body. 23 hours a day in a concrete cell, 60 square feet of space that becomes your entire universe. 1 hour of recreation in a cage not much larger than your cell. No physical contact with other inmates. No programs, no work. Nothing but time stretching ahead of you like a railroad track running toward a cliff. Angel Maturino Resendez adjusted to it the way apex predators adjust to cages. He turned inward. The man who'd needed mobility, who'd built his entire existence around movement and the freedom of the rails, found himself trapped in the smallest space imaginable. Guards reported that he was generally quiet, not a behavioral problem, which is often the case with serial killers on death row. The ones who committed the most spectacular violence outside often become model prisoners inside, as if the outlet for their rage has been permanently sealed. But Resendez continued to write. Letters to family, letters to journalists, rambling documents about his divine mission, his spiritual beliefs, his certainty that God would vindicate him. Reading these writings, some of which have been made public, is an exercise in watching a broken mind work. He'd shift from coherent observations about daily life in prison to apocalyptic religious visions mid-sentence, as if his brain couldn't maintain one track of thought without derailing into another. The metaphor was perhaps too perfect. Even his thinking process moved like a train jumping rails, lurching from one direction to another without warning. His legal team filed appeals, as they must in capital cases. They argued mental illness, and truly, how could someone that delusional be considered legally sane? They challenged the conditions of his arrest and extradition. They questioned whether the FBI's negotiated surrender had violated any of his rights. Every angle was explored because that's what the law requires, even when everyone knows the outcome is predetermined. The courts denied every appeal. The evidence was too strong, the crimes too numerous, the brutality too extreme. Whatever mental illness Resendez might have suffered, he demonstrated clear ability to plan, to evade capture, to function in society well enough to move invisibly for years. Under Texas law that met the bar for legal sanity, regardless of what delusions motivated him. Meanwhile, the families of his victims existed in a kind of suspended torment. They'd gotten their convictions, their death sentence, but the appeals process meant years of waiting, years of his continued existence while their loved ones remained dead. Every new appeal filing meant another round of phone calls from prosecutors. Another reminder that the man who destroyed their lives was still breathing, still eating, still experiencing the world in whatever limited way death row allows. Holly Dunn understood this torment better than most. She was the girlfriend of Christopher Meyer, the young man murdered in Kentucky back in 1998. She'd been there when Resendez attacked them. She'd watched the man she loved beaten to death. She'd been sexually assaulted, bound, left to die. But she survived. And rather than let that survival be defined by trauma, she transformed it into purpose. Holly became a victim's advocate, speaking publicly about her experience, working to change laws, helping other survivors navigate the impossible aftermath of violent crime. She wrote a book, Soul Survivor, detailing not just the attack but the years of recovery, the psychological work required to reclaim your life when someone has tried to destroy it. She appeared at sentencing hearings, victim impact statements, using her voice to ensure that the people Resendez killed weren't reduced to statistics, weren't forgotten in the legal machinery of his appeals. At his sentencing, Holly looked directly at Resendez and spoke words that still echo through victim advocacy circles. "You took so much from me and from so many others, but what you didn't take was my life. I'm still here. They're still here, in memory and in love. And you? You're just a coward who attacked people who couldn't fight back." Resendez stared at her with those flat, empty eyes that survivors consistently described. No remorse, no recognition of her humanity, just calculation, as if he were measuring whether she still represented a threat, whether she still mattered to his internal narrative. She later said that moment, seeing how completely absent empathy was in him, how thoroughly he'd severed any connection to human feeling, actually helped her healing, because she stopped wondering if she could have said something, done something, changed the outcome. You can't reach someone who isn't human in any meaningful sense, and Resendez had evacuated his own humanity so completely that nothing remained but appetite and delusion. The years on death row accumulated. 2000 became 2001, became 2002. The world changed dramatically. September 11th happened. America went to war, the cultural landscape shifted. But on death row, time moves differently. The outside world becomes abstraction. Your entire reality narrows to appeals deadlines and execution dates that get set and postponed and set again. Resendez's execution was originally scheduled for 2003, then postponed, then rescheduled. The legal dance continued, but everyone knew how it ended. Texas executes more death row inmates than almost any other state. The machinery is efficient, practiced, almost routine. Unless something extraordinary happens, evidence of innocence, prosecutorial misconduct, some fundamental violation of justice, the sentence gets carried out eventually. By 2006, Resendez had exhausted his appeals. The Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles denied clemency. The Supreme Court declined to hear his case. The execution date was set for June 27, 2006, and this time, there would be no postponement. In his final weeks, Resendez gave interviews, carefully controlled conversations through prison officials where he continued to insist on his divine mission, on the spiritual significance of his crimes. He showed no remorse that any psychologist could identify as genuine. No tears for his victims. No acknowledgement of the suffering he'd caused. Just certainty that history would eventually vindicate him, that people would understand he'd been chosen for this work. One journalist who interviewed him during this period described the experience as profoundly unsettling. Not because Resendez was threatening or violent, but because of how completely he'd separated himself from normal human moral framework. It was like talking to something wearing a human mask, something that had learned to mimic human speech and behavior but fundamentally didn't understand what humans actually are. June 27, 2006, arrived with the brutal heat that characterizes Texas summers. Inside the Walls unit in Huntsville, where Texas conducts its executions, preparations moved forward with practiced efficiency. The death chamber, with its crucifix-shaped gurney and viewing windows, was prepared. Medical personnel checked equipment. Prison chaplains offered their services, though Resendez's spiritual needs had always been self-directed. His relationship with God too twisted and personal to fit traditional religious structures. The witnesses gathered. Families of victims, not all of them because there's limited space, but representatives who traveled to see this through to the end. Their faces showed a complicated mixture of emotions. Relief, certainly, anger, grief that hadn't diminished despite the years, and a kind of exhausted anticipation, the sense of waiting for something you knew was coming, something you needed to see to believe. Holly Dunn was there. She'd said she needed to watch him die, not out of vengeance exactly, but to close the circle, to see with her own eyes that the man who'd haunted her nightmares for 8 years would never hurt anyone again. Resendez was led into the chamber at 7:30 p.m. He showed no emotion, not fear, not resignation, not defiance. Just that same flat effect he'd displayed throughout his trial. Prison guards strapped him to the gurney with professional detachment. They'd done this dozens of times before. Every death is a procedure to be executed properly, regardless of what the condemned has done. The warden asked if he had any final words. Resendez spoke, and his last statement was perhaps the most revealing thing he ever said. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask forgiveness. He didn't acknowledge his victim's humanity. Instead, he said, "I want to ask if it is in your heart to forgive me. You don't have to. I know I allowed the devil to rule my life." Even at the end, he was deflecting responsibility. The devil made him do it. Not his choices, not his sickness, not the darkness that lived in him and fed on suffering. It was external forces, spiritual warfare, anything but accepting that he was simply a monster who'd chosen to do monstrous things. Holly Dunn, watching through the glass, felt nothing but cold satisfaction. No forgiveness, no closure of that kind. Just the simple, necessary fact that he would stop existing. The lethal injection began at 7:35 p.m. Sodium thiopental to render him unconscious. Pancuronium bromide to stop his breathing. Potassium chloride to stop his heart. The drugs flowed through 4 lines with clinical precision. Resendez's eyes closed. His breathing became shallow, then stopped. At 7:59 p.m., he was pronounced dead. The railway killer's final journey was complete. No trains this time, no escape route. Just a one-way trip to whatever awaits us after the body stops functioning. Heaven, hell, or the absolute nothing that science suggests is most likely. Outside the prison, a small group of death penalty opponents held a vigil, as they do for every execution. They weren't there for Resendez specifically. Most of them probably found his crimes reprehensible, but for the principle that state-sanctioned killing is still killing. Their candles flickered in the evening air, a small gesture against the darkness, even when that darkness felt entirely justified. The families of victims gave statements to the press. Most expressed relief, the kind that comes from finally being able to stop waiting, stop bracing for more legal maneuvers, more appeals, more years of him being alive while their loved ones remained dead. Some expressed dissatisfaction because execution is too easy, too painless compared to what he'd done to his victims. He got to drift off into unconsciousness while their family members had been beaten until their skulls shattered, had experienced terror and agony that lasted minutes or longer. There's no satisfaction in justice sometimes. No real closure. Just the shutting of a door that should never have been opened. Holly Dunn drove home that night and slept better than she had in 8 years. She'd continue her advocacy work, helping other survivors, pushing for legal reforms. But that particular weight, the knowledge that Resendez was still out there, still breathing, still existing, was finally lifted. Christopher was still dead. Nothing would change that. But at least the man who'd killed him had paid the only price society could extract. In the years since, investigators have continued examining cold cases along railroad routes. Occasionally, new evidence surfaces that suggests Resendez might have been responsible for additional murders. A woman beaten to death near tracks in Arizona in 1996. An unsolved killing in New Mexico that matches his pattern. But without definitive proof, without his DNA or fingerprints or a confession. These cases remain officially unsolved, their victims' families left wondering but never knowing. The railroad industry itself made changes after the railway killer case. Increased security at yards, better communication between transit police across different lines, an acknowledgement that the very infrastructure designed for commerce had been weaponized by a predator, and that vulnerabilities existed in that vast network of steel and diesel and freight. But you can't truly secure 22,000 miles of track. You can't guard every access point, watch every boxcar. The rails remain, as they always have been, pathways for the invisible people, the homeless, the transient, the ones society prefers not to see. And wherever there are invisible people, there's potential for invisible predators to move among them. The house where Dr. Claudia Benton was murdered has new owners now. They probably don't know about the horror that unfolded in those rooms, or maybe they do and made peace with it because real estate is expensive and the dead don't haunt properties. Only the memories of the living do that. The same is true for the Cernic home, the Morber residence, all the places where Resendez brought his darkness. Life continues. New families move in. The blood has been cleaned, the damage repaired, the physical evidence of violence erased. But those of us who study these cases, who archive them and analyze them and try to understand what creates such monsters, we remember. We have to, because serial killers don't emerge from nowhere. They're created through some terrible alchemy of genetics, trauma, opportunity, and choice. Understanding that alchemy won't bring back the dead, but it might someday help us identify the next Resendez before the body count starts. Before some other predator discovers that America's infrastructure can be turned into a hunting ground. The railway killer is dead. His victims remain dead. The families carry on with holes in their lives that will never be filled. And the trains still run, day and night, carrying freight across the country, their whistles echoing through small towns where people mostly feel safe, where doors are sometimes left unlocked, where someone jogging near the tracks doesn't think twice about the sound of steel wheels on steel rails. That sound used to represent progress, connection, the American promise of mobility and opportunity. For a few years in the late 1990s, it represented something else entirely. It represented the sound of death approaching. The tracks are quiet tonight where you are, but somewhere trains are still running. And if you live near the rails, if you hear that lonesome whistle in the dark hours before dawn, remember, most of the time, it's just commerce passing through. Most of the time, but not always. Not always. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the